Still have your hand up, Stan.
You are live streaming.
Okay. Good morning. This is day 2 of the Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals, that's SACC, peer review meeting focused on the EPA TSCA draft systematic review protocol. I'm Dr. Todd Peterson, and as the designated federal official for this meeting, I serve as the liaison between the Science Advisory Committee on Chemicals and the agency. I'm also responsible for ensuring provisions of the Federal Advisory Committee Act are met. SACC meetings are subject to all FACA requirements. These include open meetings, timely public notice of meetings, and document availability. The agenda for today shows that we have a lunch break and one other break today. However, the chair may announce either a 10 or 15-minute break at any time that may occur before or after lunch. Whatever is needed. Any added breaks will only add a modest amount of time, and we should easily meet the Federal Register notice and the agenda and end before 5 today, Eastern Time. Again, the SACC meeting webpage is accessible at www.epa.gov/TSCA-PER-REVIEW. That's www.epa.gov/TSCA-peer-review. And there you will find a link in the SACC news sidebar to this April SACC meeting. And on that page, you'll find links to YouTube videos and also the agenda. And the agenda lists the docket at regulations.gov in case you want to go there and see the documentation that's posted for the meeting. Again, I will be, as DFO, putting some additional documents, presentation graphics and stuff up there later this week, and those will be accessible from that point on. So I will allow the floor to go over to our chair, Dan Schlenk, and we can start with you and introductions. Thank you.
Thanks, Todd. Yeah, let's begin with just a general roll call of everybody. So again, I'll be going down the list alphabetically, so just please let me know that you are here after I call your name. Dr. Apte?
Yes, here.
Great. Dr. Baker?
Here.
Dr. Blystone?
Here.
Dr. Cobb?
I am here.
Dr. Chasen?
Here.
Dr. Davies?
I'm here.
Dr. Doucette?
Present.
Not virtually present? Dr. Heiger Bernays?
Here.
Dr. Johnson?
I'm here. Thank you.
Dr. Kissel?
Here.
Dr. Prisbilla?
Present.
Dr. Reif?
Present.
Gotcha. Okay, Dr. Rollins?
I'm here.
Great. Dr. Voorhees?
Here.
And now let's go to our ad hoc reviewers. Dr. Barrow?
Here.
Dr. Pulin Fidenik?
Here, thank you.
Dr. Goyak?
Here.
Dr. Lamb?
Here.
Dr. Myers?
Here.
Dr. Pelch?
Here.
Dr. Rooney? Dr.
Here
Rooney?
with difficulties with my mute button.
Okay, got it. Dr. Wong?
Here.
And Dr. Wyckoff?
Present.
Got it. Okay, thanks everybody for joining in this morning again. I think what we're going to do today is, again, we spent yesterday sort of going over the first question, and I thought it'd be a good idea just to sort of ruminate a bit over the evening to think about what you provided and the comments that you provided. They were obviously fairly large in number in terms of different sort of components to the general document. And question 1 was supposed to be, again, sort of a general overview type of questions. I think a lot of the comments will be raised again as we go through more specific aspects of the document later today and tomorrow. But after going through this and sort of, again, thinking about what was said and what wasn't said, what I thought I'd do is give you guys an opportunity to, again, ask sort of questions of clarification that may help you in sort of some of your comments. So I've had a couple people say that they had some questions per se and wanted to ask those. So now's the time to do that if you've got specific questions. Okay, Dr. Apte, I got to see your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to know if I have comments about considering some of the NAM's new and alternative methods and how the data from that is integrated into the systematic review. What would be the appropriate time to bring them up? Is this now or in some of the charge questions I couldn't figure out, so I thought I'll ask.
Okay. That's a good question.
Certainly not
Yeah.
associated with the organization of the document. It's more specific than that.
Sure. Yeah. I would guess probably in the evidence combination aspects, maybe in charge
Okay.
question 3, perhaps.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Again, you can bring it up there and as we put the minutes together, we can, massage it into different parts of the document. But unless
All right.
anybody has any other comments, I'd say that's probably a good spot for it.
Thanks.
Sure. Dr. Johnson?
Yeah, Dr. Schlenk, we also addressed that same issue in 4B regarding defensibility, and we suggest that could be a place for them there. So
Okay.
If you got them, send them to me and I'll incorporate them. Thanks.
Okay.
All right.
Great.
Thank you. Thank you, Doctor.
Thanks for that suggestion, Mark. Great. Okay. Dr. Pell, you had a question, although you sent another one, but do you still have a question, I guess?
Yes, I had a question for EPA or the committee in general. Just a point of clarification for the Pico statement, which I believe is discussed in H2 table. I think that's table H2. I just was wondering, for those studies on fate and transport, does that to meet the Pico criteria, do those studies have to include a receptor that is exposed? Or would that be capturing studies that, for example, measure how a chemical is transported in the air and deposited on the soil somewhere? So just a point of clarification on how that Pico is set up.
Dr. Owen, do you want to answer that or shift it to one of your folks?
Yeah, I'm gonna say real quickly, it does include transfer, air to soil transfer. That's part of our scopes. It's called out in our scopes, but also considered in our PISO. And I'll circle back with Dr. Ryan Sullivan. Do you have anything to add to that? If you're on. Rebecca, Dr. Fontenot, do you have anything to add? I think that's it then.
Okay, thanks.
So I guess if I'm following that, it means that there is not a receptor considered because it's just going from 2 compartments. Is that?
That is the de minimis, yes.
Got it. Okay. Does that make sense, Katie? Yeah.
Yes, that's not my area of expertise, but I wanted to make sure I understood how that Pico statement was established and what the implications were for which studies would come through and not. So thank you.
Great. Okay, anyone else? Okay, one thing I did want to point out too is, this is a document that obviously has a lot of material in it, and it's obviously prone to criticism. I heard a lot of criticism, and I heard some recommendations, but again, just realize that the agency really needs the recommendation part. It's easy to say something's wrong, but harder to say how to fix it. So again, if you do have issues related to what you're finding is not there, please provide recommendations of how those deficiencies can be corrected. I think I heard a lot of criticisms, but maybe not so many recommendations at that point. So please, as we get to the specific questions being asked, let's keep that in mind as we move forward. So at this point, then let's go to Stan. I think you've provided a couple some information that was questioned yesterday, and let's go ahead and get that on the record if you want.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Schlenk. I want to amplify that last point you were making. Actionable recommendations are really, really key to the peer review process, and we really, really appreciate the deliberations, and it will make our job and the document much, much better if we have at least some idea of not just what you don't like or what you think are flaws, but how to improve this protocol and our approach, and how to improve the clarity. And yesterday was a lot of discussion about clarity and transparency. So more transparency on what those recommendations are in your written comments would be extremely, extremely helpful. There were two major question areas yesterday that we wanted, that the committee members raised issues about, that we wanted to get back with you on. One is about pests, potentially exposed and susceptible populations. And Dr. Jen Nichols will provide a reply to Dr. Chason's questions about that, how we're addressing that in exposure and hazard. And then Dr. Kelly Fay will speak to our efforts on validation across different disciplines for the Swift review filters and the AI approaches and our ongoing efforts there. So I'll turn it over hopefully first to Dr. Nichols, Jen Nichols, who will talk about our engagement with tribes and also, which is outside of our systematic review process, but also our systematic review efforts on pests. Dr. Nichols.
Sure, thanks, Stan. Yeah, so to follow up just with a little bit more information in response to Dr. Chason's questions, I wanted to clarify that we, for the TSCA risk evaluations and the TSCA work overall, that we do have a pest-specific work group that we have convened to fully examine how pests are being considered at each step of the process. And that group has evaluated and examined the process described in the systematic review protocol, and is also considering steps beyond the protocol that would be beyond the scope of this conversation. But I want to mention that we do have this pest-specific work group, and that they, in our examination of the process laid out in the systematic review protocol and how that pertains to identification of information to inform pest considerations, that we believe that the process is designed to be very comprehensive and capture the relevant information. And we have also identified ways to make that information through tagging, which is described a lot in the protocol in various ways, but through tagging to make that pest-specific information more prominent, as you see, like the vast amount of literature for each chemical. In addition to those sort of broad pest remarks, in terms of specific tribal areas of concern, we also have a tribal work group that has been convened, and it's coordinating closely with the pest group, but it's really thinking more specifically about tribal issues and comments that have been previously provided to EPA and recommendations that we've heard and developing a tribal specific approach to ensure that we're really sufficiently addressing those concerns. And this tribal work group is having engagement with the NTTC, so there's constructive feedback and dialogue happening there. And then also want to flag that where we have specific concerns, the protocol does identify that we can conduct targeted searches for areas that are determined to need more specific examination. And then, of course, we also really value the public comment periods where we receive information if we've happened to for some reason miss some critical information. So those remarks hopefully provide some additional perspective for Dr. Chason and the panel in terms of the PES questions and the tribal considerations. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nichols.
Dr. Schlenk, may I ask some follow-up on that? And I also would like to get my comments that I had written to be sure that my points on this are publicly on the record. So right now it's just in an email to you and EPA. So, but I think those points are important. And thank you, Dr. Nichols, for your response to them. However, in terms of recommendations, I want to make it clear that I think that the existing document does not reflect anything about what you said. And maybe that can be fixed with a comprehensive attachment, but certainly the language throughout the document does not, you talk about international groups, you talk about other states, there's no place where you provide an input explicitly for communities of unique communities, of which tribes are one, and covered by formal agreements and executive mandates that they're supposed to be part of a process, not at the end where they get to opine on your opinion. That doesn't, in my book, count as participation. When you get your answer and then you put it out for comment, they're supposed to be at the front of the line. So I would suggest you explicitly acknowledge that responsibility when you say you're going to collaborate with other international groups, other US groups, that the word tribal or unique community or something like that is incorporated to show. And also, I'm very pleased to hear that you've put these together. Maybe it would be worthwhile to make that much more visible to the public and and acknowledge that kind of thing. And also invite the databases that I know are out there as part of the data process. So those were a few of my suggestions, but Dr. Schlenk, somehow I want to make sure that the full text of my suggestions are publicly on record.
I'm sure they will, Dr. Cason. It's just a matter of where we want to put them in terms of the
I understand.
numbers. So
okay. Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Nichols, for that explanation.
Just as long as you verbally, state it on the record, where it actually winds up in the report will be up to us as we put the report together.
That's fine.
So the and like I said, I think Dr. Davies has some comments regarding some of the searching aspects, and it seems that some of the general comments may actually be related more to a general overview aspect which is question 1. So some of the more specific recommendations or comments would probably be a little bit later in some of the affliction 2s that we'll be talking about with Dr. Davies. I think she mentioned that yesterday. So Dr. Pulin Radisnik, You have your hand up?
Yes, I do.
Totally
Yeah,
messed that
thank
up,
you.
didn't I?
Yeah, it's okay. And Dr. Jason, I appreciate you bringing up the PES as well. And just wanted to also flag that there's also an executive order that is leading leading the agency on environmental justice and making sure that that's also included within these conversations. And so, really ensuring that even though PES isn't explicitly about environmental justice, we have done an analysis even ourselves that have looked at exposures to formaldehyde and those that have both high or potentially high indoor exposures as well as external exposures from emissions to formaldehyde, for example, and those tend to center in places that have other significant environmental justice concerns. And so really being able to ensure that that language is broad enough to be inclusive of environmental justice communities, and that the review strategies and the ultimate integration is also accounting for that, I think is really critical. So I just wanted to second Dr. Chason's comment and then just add additional language in there to say that we should absolutely be thinking about tribes and workers and others, but to add that explicit environmental justice language in as well.
Okay, again, I think that's probably in the general overview sort of components that we talked about before, unless you've got specific databases that can be recommended again for question 2, but okay. Great. Bill, I thought you had a question you wanted to ask before we move on.
Dan, I did, and I think this is, I started looking again. I'm still struggling with where to put some of the comments in terms of what charge question. I realized you're going to end up dealing with that. But it was a question, we spent a lot of time talking about, and I was called out about physical chemical properties yesterday by Dr. Barone. And in the previous 10 chemical reviews, and maybe this is directed specifically to Dr. Barone, we talked about EpiSuite and the physical chemical property database within EpiSuite being really a primary source of that information that EPA uses. And in this document, it seems to have shifted to the ComTox chemical database more so. And what I'm trying to understand is, did all the information that was in EpiSuite in terms of the database part of that, the PhysChem property database, is that been transferred completely to the ComTox chemical dashboard?
This is Dr. Stamper. This is Dr. Stamperone responding to Dr. Doucette's question. With regard to our EpiSuite model, we still use EpiSuite and the physical chemical properties in EpiSuite. What we're trying to capture here for the sake of systematic review is that we're looking at the ComTox dashboard as well as other primary sources for systematic review and identifying data, the primary data that can be systematically reviewed and incorporated into updates of EpiSuite. But EpiSuite is still a workhorse for our modeling efforts, for our gap filling efforts, for FATE and so on. So the two are related, but we tried to focus at least the systematic review narrative on the primary data and databases that we are examining for our sources. I hope that clarifies.
Yeah, it does. Although I'm still not 100% sure, because we had this question in the last review. One of the reviewers compared the data. I think it was just something relatively trivial between boiling points or melting points between the two databases that were slightly different, and it wasn't really environmentally relevant. But it brings up the point as to the consistency between those two sets of data. Or the two databases, and how they're cross-checked and how it's made certain that they they do reflect what EPA thinks is the most appropriate value for a property.
Yeah, the crosswalking the QA of our different data, EPA's different databases is an ongoing effort. And again, based upon information submitted to TSCA and information that's publicly available, they're not always completely in alignment. There's some delay oftentimes for specific chemical information. So that is something that we're aware of and working on.
Okay.
That was Dr. Barone.
Yes, sorry.
Bill Doucette again. Just one more follow-up to that same train of logic, I guess, or if there is actually any logic in there, was it was brought up several times in the previous 10 reviews that sometimes it was an over-reliance of the properties within EpiSuite. For example, oftentimes because it's a legacy database that continues to evolve, oftentimes there was a single property for a particular chemical that was used. And I had brought up during that time, and I think several other committee members, that there were obviously a range of values that were available. And the question I have is, if there is a value within the database of physical chemical properties that you access, do you stop the literature search there? That wasn't clear to me. In other words, if there was a value that you feel that is appropriate from that database, does that mean you just end that search for that particular property at that point?
The short answer is no.
Okay.
And what we've tried to do, again, based upon your criticism and the recommendations from the SACC previously, we've tried to, in our systematic review efforts, put more attention to PChem properties. And there are 6 major databases that we look at, as well as primary literature. So we really do try to provide more due diligence and more transparency about that process. We do also try to indicate as our output of this process what our preferred estimate is, and we feel think that is very critical to informing the modeling efforts and how those PChem properties propagate through our modeling efforts and go into the evidence integration further along.
Okay, thank you very much. That's very helpful, and it eliminates me needing to make a couple of other comments. So perfect. Thank you.
Great.
I did want to also augment on Dr. Nichols' comments about and the considerations of tribal. We are and PEST specifically in our extraction methodologies, data extraction methodologies, where she spoke to the issue of tagging that we're working on. We're also on data extraction, actually fielding in our data extraction tables specifically for susceptible populations when we identify those, when we identify potentially exposed populations, special populations there. So there is, and we can provide more clarity about that in our future revisions in response to these comments. So this is very helpful.
Okay, Dr. Pullen-Fidenik.
Yeah, and maybe this will come up in our comments on question 2 as well. But I was curious about the search strings that you're using. Like, are you utilizing keywords like socioeconomic and disparities, inequity, inequality, race, et cetera, when you're searching for or going through that, say title and abstract search and or full text search in order to identify whether or not there are disparities in exposure and outcomes, for example, across racial, socioeconomic groups, et cetera, to really just try to understand, some of the implications that, those disparities would bring into the risk assessment process too. And so I was going to include that in comments as well, but since you brought it up, Dr. Barone, I wanted to flag that here too.
You're on mute, Stan.
Oh, I'm sorry. on searching, race, age, those polymorphisms are all part of our searching, primary searching or supplemental searching. With regard to socioeconomic, that is more on the data extraction, on the evaluation and extraction side, and factors influencing that. We haven't included those as quote unquote search terms because our search terms are more focused on the chemical. And that is part of, I think, the considerations that Dr. Chason brought up, and something that we have these work groups, both on pests, both on tribal and EJ, that are looking across our procedures, not just systematic review, but across all our evaluation procedures to see where we can make improvements. So if you have specific recommendations, please articulate those in your written comments if you have specific suggestions that we can implement.
Yeah, that's really helpful, because I think, if you don't include some of those in some of the early searches as well, you could lose material that if you're going back later on and evaluating, if you're not looking at disparities, for example, if that's not something that's being flagged in some of your searches, then, you won't be able to see those specific disparities that exist for each of, for a lot of the chemicals that you're evaluating, especially these high priority substances. So, doing a search on tetrachloroethylene or whatever, you'll find that there are disparities in drinking water or air or other things. So being able to do that would be helpful.
Yeah, we can put that information. Thanks for the comments at that point. Yeah, Dr. Chason.
I was just wondering whether EPA solicits sort of suggestions from the states or any of the social justice groups or the tribes groups for what the detailed structure of your data search is in the problem formulation. And then my second concern was, once again, in your systematic review of the data and the kind of criteria you're using, it is that information that I think is going to be ejected back out of the system. So I had two recommendations, or actually three. One was that as part of the problem formulation, you actually ask states or other groups who might know about fence line communities or other kinds of groups who may be have unique exposure patterns or unique susceptibility to suggest how the searches are conducted. Even if the system looks good, if the particular words that you're looking for aren't reflecting that kind of information, you're not going to get it. And also, I'm very concerned that the data, even if it is harvested, is going to get kicked out of the system. So we're recommending that the reason for a piece of data to be not considered be tabulated and that history maintained so that later on it can be reconsidered once our sort of field of vision is expanded in the future.
Yeah. Again, these are comments, I think, Dr. Chason, that we probably want to put in the comments section. If there a question is there, we can put a question to EPA, but if it's a comment, let's wait until we get to those sections to where we actually put those comments on the record. Dr. Barone?
Yeah, just in response, the problem formulation that's mentioned is actually part of the scoping process. In the scoping process, we actually do put out our search terms. We do put out our analysis plan.
Good.
We do put out our description of the pests. And so there are opportunities, and we have received comments from different groups about pests and considerations for the chemicals or chemical classes and pest considerations. So nothing is lost. It is considered in the systematic review process and in the risk evaluation process. So we do have a step in the risk evaluation process, which is called scoping, where the draft scope and the final scope do reflect those opportunities for interactions, broader interactions with states, community groups, and tribes. The awareness for that has been uneven, and that's why we want to do more outreach and more surface this more in public meetings like this venue, to make sure that folks know that those public comment periods are critically important for providing that kind of input.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Set, you have something else?
Yeah, this is a question and not a comment. So it was specifically again for Dr. Barone. In the document, and we talked about this in the first 10 chemicals, EPA has the authority to go out and request additional information if none is available, and it's a key piece of information needed to make the assessment. Can you just tell me, I know we requested additional, or EPA requested additional information for, I think it was PV 29. I think some information there. Can you tell me how many times the EPA has requested additional information in the first 10 chemical reviews?
In the first 10 chemical reviews, we haven't requested any additional test order data other than PV 29. For the next 20, there are PChem properties that were requested, PChem property data that were requested in some of those chemicals already, and considerations of additional test orders are still underway.
Thank you.
Great. Okay. Well, we've had an interesting morning, so with questions and from both sides. So at this point in time, let's go ahead and move into question 2. And yeah,
we had a clarification on the AI review.
Okay, sure.
Filters.
Go ahead.
For responding to Dr. Rooney's questions yesterday. Dr. Kelly Fay is going to provide an overview of that.
Yeah, Kelly Fay, EPA. We just wanted to clarify the early steps of our searching and filtering to identify references for each of our disciplines. So our initial search is conducted using chemical ID information, chemical name information. And then we have 2 main approaches for identifying the literature in that initial pool that are going to be specific to our different disciplines. So the first approach is we use the SWIFT filters, and we use this approach for PChem and FATE as well as hazard. For PChem and FATE, we actually developed a custom filter that used words that were validated from our first 10 risk evaluations. And then there was actually a validation effort that the filters that were built using keywords actually pulled in and identified every reference that was on topic for our first 10 risk evaluations. So we did do a validation using that approach. And generally, these filters are built very broadly. They use a large range of keywords specific to the discipline, as well as ontology terms to identify any potentially relevant literature. For hazard, it seems like we use a number of filters that were developed by our ORD colleagues, largely in the IRIS program, but there's also an ongoing effort for the eco side of things. Our ecotox ORD experts work directly with SciOM to update the software quarterly to make sure that all ecotox species in particular are identified by the software. So they have performed, ORD has been performing more of the validation on their side. The second approach we use for exposure and engineering, we use a seed approach, and this is described in pretty good detail in the protocol in chapters 4.2, and also some very specifics are provided in Appendix G. So this approach uses positive seeds, which are studies that are known to be on topic for the discipline, and negative seeds, which are studies that are known to be off topic for the discipline. The software then uses these positive and negative seeds to help identify any similar types of studies. And we did conduct a validation using this approach for four of our first 10 risk evaluations. They were run through the software using the seed approach, and the results were compared with the references that were found during our risk evaluations. And this ensured that we weren't missing anything using this approach. So we have conducted validations on these two approaches. And then just generally, again, the filter approach is built very broadly so that we make sure we capture more rather than less of what we might be interested in. And we do also have opportunities for our discipline experts to identify studies that might also be of interest to our other disciplines and provide those as well.
Okay, Dr. Rooney, does that answer your question?
It provides information. I appreciate that. I also appreciate the effort and the importance of trying to save time and use the machine learning tools where you can. And the testing that you went through is part of the document, and the importance of any method that can help us all reach decisions faster. And I have some suggestions and comments in section number 2 for how you guys can continue to make progress. So well explained. I appreciate those points.
Thank you. We look forward to any recommendations.
Okay, thanks. Okay, Dr. Lamb, do you have a question that didn't get answered, I guess?
Just a really quick follow-up question to the response on the AI that was just provided. For those filters and the searches that are done in Swift, are those based on just title and abstracts of records, or are those also based on full text?
That is a good question. Kelly Fay, EPA. The Swift filters are based on title, abstract, and keyword. And if you're familiar with ontologies, they also largely employ like a Go gene ontology codes as well. So that's largely based on title and abstract. I do believe SciOM has been working on some kind of full text application, but I don't believe that's live.
Okay. One other thing I've just been notified. I know this is a little bit unique in terms of our question and answering period that, again, should normally take place on the first day, but just a reminder to the agency that direct contact with one committee member is not allowed, that has to be done in the whole update at that point. So even though it's more efficient to send information to specific questions that have been asked, that needs to be, again, voiced on the record and submitted before the entire committee. So just a note there. Okay, so we're a little bit behind schedule now to try to get to our question 2. So unless anybody has any more comments or questions, let's go ahead and move forward with that. So I believe, Dr. Fay, you have been reading them in. So this is a long one, I guess. So I'm going to go ahead and put that in there.
Kelly Fay, EPA. On charge question 2, strategies for literature search and screening, chapter 4. TSCA mandates EPA to identify reasonably available information to characterize the physical chemical properties, PChem, environmental fate, environmental release, engineering, exposure, and hazard of chemical substances as part of the process for evaluating the risks of existing chemical substances to human health and the environment under the specific conditions of use of the chemical. In this protocol, EPA has, based on experience conducting the first 10 TSCA risk evaluations and NASEM prior SACC peer review recommendations, developed and refined the methods for conducting comprehensive unified literature search strategies. The generic strategy was implemented in conducting the literature search and screening for the next 20 TSCA high priority substances and manufacturer requested risk evaluations as presented in respective chemical specific scoping documents and appendices C, E, and G. I think there's another part to this.
Yeah, there is.
Okay.
You want to read A? Yeah.
Based on the materials and presentations provided to the committee, please address the following questions. Comment on the clarity and robustness of the methods for searching and screening peer-reviewed and grade literature for the various evidence streams, e.g. PChem, environmental fate, environmental release and engineering, exposure, hazard, needed to develop TSCA risk evaluations. Are there other methods or tools for searching peer-reviewed and or grade literature that would be more efficient to identify, capture, and screen reasonably available information for data that is relevant to the TSCA risk evaluations?
Thank you. Our lead discussant is Dr. Pelch.
Thank you. Good morning. This is Katie Pelch. So I've broken out the comments into several sections, and we'll start first with just some general comments and then move into comments about peer-reviewed resources, gray literature resources, and then more into process information. So starting with the general comments, there was a comment that on page 32, the systematic review should also have an objective to determine unacceptable data gaps and to identify data sets that need to be obtained to fill those gaps that will allow data to be gathered as the risk determinations are being developed. The search strategy flowcharts in the document are complex but helpful and do seem to match the textual description. Yet another reviewer noted the flowchart in figure 4.3 and table 4.1 or 4-1, sorry, are very helpful. However, table 4-1 does not cover step 4 from the figure, specifically EPA QC step. There is a recommendation to add a description for EPA QC to table 4-1. It also appears that information that is not peer reviewed and not generated by the US or federal government can be included after the EPA QC step. And so there was a question as to whether or not this means that data from an abstract or data from a white paper or something similar or other non-peer reviewed information could be included in the risk evaluation if it makes it through the EPA QC step. So the recommendation there was to clarify what type of information would be accepted or included if it is not peer reviewed or generated by an authoritative body. And then there was a comment that referred to the composition of the review team, which we heard some of that discussion yesterday. There is troubling text in the description of the process, specifically if they cannot reach consensus or if they encounter situations that may be common to multiple screeners, they may consult discipline-specific experts or the full screening team. It seems that discipline-specific experts should be the only ones performing such screens. Otherwise, what provides confidence in the outcome of the screening process? So I think a recommendation there would be to more clearly define the search team, perhaps, or the review team. So moving on to comments about the peer-reviewed resources. In section 4.2.1, it is unclear why dissertations and theses are included in the list of chemical-specific initial search databases, as these are not consistently peer-reviewed documents. Dissertations are also mentioned again in section 4.3, which covers gray literature search and screening strategies. So this source should be removed from section 4.2.1. The list of databases for searching peer-reviewed literature would be improved by incorporating this information into a table. I believe it's bullet points at the moment. And that table could provide a brief description on the scope of each database in terms of content, and also the years of publication that are covered by the database. There was a comment that the agency should consider the use of Scifinder Database, which is available at scifinder.cas.org, and the Scifinder Database and search engine, and utilize the CAS numbers for every chemical. This database is maintained by the American Chemical Society and offers evaluation of abstracts and peer-reviewed literature that dates back more than 100 years. Resulting hits can be filtered by author, document type, year, and language. Filtering by categories can also be performed and included. And they include general chemistry, technology, polymer chemistry, biology, physical chemistry, environmental chemistry, biotechnology, synthetic chemistry, analytical chemistry, catalysis, genetics, and protein chemistry. Utilization of the terms toxicity, ecotoxicity, hazard, etc., which are used with the other databases provided in Appendix C, can also be used with Scifinder. It is also recommended that the CompTox dashboard be recommended in the guidance portion of the document as a search engine. As it stands now, the CompTox dashboard is in the Appendix C as an example, but it is not described in the non-appended text. The CompTox dashboard provides all ecotox and human health relevant hazard information, as well as a summary of toxicity endpoints, including computational toxicology data from cell bioassays and adverse outcome pathway information. These data are from the peer-reviewed and gray literature. So moving on to specific comments about the gray literature sources, I have this broken up into 4, we'll say, subheaders, and we'll start with the process by which gray literature is searched. In general, lacks clarity. There was a comment that the discussion on searching for gray literature has been greatly improved, and figure 4-3 is helpful in visualizing the process. The section is a bit vague on who is doing the searching and whether it is done separately by the individual disciplines. Having each discipline search the gray literature could lead to inconsistencies between groups and increase the burden of the process. In addition, it was not explicitly stated that all of the gray literature sources would be searched for every chemical, or if they will be accessed on an as-needed basis. There's a comment that searching internal EPA databases for data submitted under TSCA should be different than searching for an NGO report. And Table H-1 lists searches for physical chemical properties. The dermal permeability coefficient and dissociation constants are not listed. Permeability coefficient, KP, can be estimated from molecular weight and log KOW. Does this mean only estimated values of KP will be used going forward? Ionization cannot be reliably estimated from first principles, but it is critical to sorption and solubility estimates. How will this be addressed? There were also questions about how gray literature is defined or identified. So one reviewer said that there are inconsistencies for how gray literature and peer-reviewed sources are used in a draft document, and provided an example for physical and chemical properties. Chapter 4.3 Unsearching the Gray Literature mentions relevant sources of physical and chemical properties and refers to the appendices. Appendix E-1 on gray literature sources includes sources such as the CRC handbook and the Merck index, along with other good sources for physical and chemical properties. However, Appendix K-1 calls these, CRC handbook, Merck index, etc., a trusted source and a peer-reviewed database, and Appendix K-2, a trusted source database. So EPA should be transparent in identifying trusted sources of gray literature for all the streams of evidence and consistent in its use of terminology. Further, the gray literature categories do not adequately differentiate among different types of gray literature. In the draft method, gray literature is a mix of authoritative government reviews, such as ATSDR tox profiles, information from intergovernmental or international governments, such as ECA, reports from non-governmental advocacy organizations that have not been peer-reviewed, information from state agencies that have QAPPs, quality assurance project plans, although only California is mentioned as being searched, and information from within EPA under TSCA and FIFRA. Searching internal EPA databases for data submitted under TSCA should be different than searching for an NGO report, and the systematic review should highlight authoritative reviews by government agencies such as ATSDR tox profiles, but this is not a category used in the draft methodology. The method should instead highlight authoritative reviews by government agencies such as the ATSDR tox profiles, and rather than including such reviews in a general mix of gray literature. the authoritative reviews can be used to identify relevant studies done to that date with other literature searches done for more recent information. And there was an example provided using TCEP, or TCEP in the gray literature search is not robust and does not identify relevant references from states and territories or NGOs. The literature search should include searching for information from states and not relying on states submitting information to the docket. Searching for information from NGOs, such as using search terms or on a general search engine and developing a list of organizations that may have studies on high priority chemicals. And third, information from community groups, perhaps through the use of a general search engine and developing a list of community partners. It was also unclear why some specific resources were listed in this appendix. There's a note that the website terra.org was listed as a gray literature source, but there is a flag that Terra's work has been publicly scrutinized by scientists and the government and has largely been found to be questionable. Given this, the website terra.org should not be listed alongside the numerous national and international government agencies provided in Appendix E. Appendix E also lists many sources of physical chemical data, and there's an uneven explanation of organizational sponsors. So further description of some sources, for example, HSDB and Reaxis, is needed. There were also sources of gray literature that the reviewers thought were missing from the appendix. So there, again, to reiterate that there is community data that could be taken into account. And as discussed by the SACC, this community data for estimating exposures to fence line communities should have a pathway for consideration in the risk evaluations. It says that community data may be included in process C, other stakeholder submissions, but that is not clear in the draft method. Again, the state QAPPs are missing with the exception of California. And while reports for NGOs are explained in the text, there are no sources listed in E2 as being searched that would find them. For example, the Washington Toxics Coalition, now called Toxic Free Future, has a 2011 report on flame retardants and baby products. This study is cited in the Terra report done for the Consumer Product Safety Commission that was identified in the gray literature, but the NGO study was not found through the gray literature search. Another commenter was surprised to not see mention of NICEDM's Integrated Chemical Environment, ICE. NICEDM recently described ICE as a free online suite that houses curated toxicity and physical chemical property data integrated into a variety of tools to analyze and visualize chemical data. According to a recent announcement about ICE, these tools provide data access adhering to FAIR principles, data that is findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable for chemical characterization, PBPK, IV, IVE, and more. Regarding the robustness of the gray literature searches, there was a comment that the gray literature search is not robust since it didn't find all the relevant information. And this reviewer looked at an example for TCEP and noted that Washington State has state government reports on TCEP exposure that should have been identified with a robust gray literature search. And when this reviewer looked in detail at the references for exposure in HAWK, it mentioned that there should be 9 gray literature sources on exposure listed, yet Appendix E-1 lists 8 sources used for the gray literature search for the physical and chemical property topic areas. And I think I might be confusing this part, I'm sorry. You'll have to correct me if I have butchered this. But then E2 lists sources used for the gray literature search for fate, engineering, exposure, environmental, and human health hazard topic areas. Cal EPA and /OEHA is the only state source that is searched. Part of the gray literature search should be searching all of the state and territory information for a robust process to identify information for risk evaluations that aim to identify whether or not there is unreasonable risk for the entire country, and that will preempt state actions. EPA needs to look for all the pertinent information and not rely on states to submit the information to individual dockets. I think there was more information given about the specific Washington State Department of Ecology and other resources that would have been available that should have been consulted. In regards to the data management aspect of study, searching, and screening, so shifting away from the peer-reviewed resources and great literature sources, and still using that, I believe it was the TCEP example, the reviewer noted that there were 199 references that were excluded at the title and abstract screening level, and that they are not broken into peer-reviewed and great literature, making it harder to look for specific references. I believe that's through using the literature trees. And since the state and NGO references identified above are not in the list of 199 excluded references, they were not identified, illustrating again the deficiency in the method finding relevant information. Another reviewer commented that in section 4.2.5, the linking of epidemiological cohort studies was well described, but it should be noted that a similar scenario can also occur in the animal research and possibly in other study types as well, where research is published from the same set of animals, but it occurs in multiple peer-reviewed studies. So EPA should further clarify how the situation will be managed for non-epidemiological studies, presumably in the same way as for epi studies. Figure 4.3 outlines the situation when it occurs for multiple non-peer-reviewed resources such as dissertations, meeting abstracts, or industry technical documents. But EPA should clarify in Table 4-1, Step 3, that the situation also applies to great literature results that are duplicative in the peer-reviewed literature. For example, when a technical document is later published in a peer-reviewed study. Currently, this reads that professional judgment is used to, quote, determine which great literature result to include, but it is understood from section 4.3.2.1.4 that it is not always just the great literature or the peer-reviewed report that moves forward. So then in response to actual search strategies, on page 35 to 36, keyword searches can be tricky. For example, solvent may be overly broad for a search of perchloroethylene, but that term may be needed to obtain studies that look at broad screens on only mention perc once or twice in the text. Specifically, this could be a problem or a challenge in step 3 on page 36. There was also a comment that old nomenclature is an important consideration in search strategies. On page 37, section 4.2.1, chemical-specific searching should be specified to possibly include not only individual chemicals, but often classes of chemicals that could be used to better refine modeling estimates of physical, chemical, and toxicological properties. More broadly, there was a comment that Appendix C is nearly 80 pages long, which is longer than the entire chapter dedicated to study evaluation. This appendix is filled with search strategies for the first 20 TSCA chemicals, all of which presumably listed in their respective documents, but I think we heard yesterday that may not be the case. So in a document such as a handbook, there is no need for this type of data dump. A single example would be sufficient. And so this means that each of the search strings is just a list of possible chemical names, synonyms, cast members, etc. That's easily said without 80 pages of examples, and Appendix E has a similar issue. I think that this is also a good place to reiterate the discussion from yesterday regarding just the need to move chemical-specific information, which would include these chemical search strings, out of this particular document and into a separate chemical-specific documents. There was a comment that it's understood that there is generic information that may not be chemical specific, but is still needed to support the TSCA risk evaluation. And this is touched up on the gray literature section. However, it's unclear if a primary search for this information is conducted, and if so, What are the various search terms used in those searches? A list of possible search terms with a qualification that the list may be updated on a case-by-case basis. Then 2 comments on the appendices. Appendices C and G are largely keyword lists and are fully transparent. And Appendix G, there were specific comments about the literature search that is used. So why not DEGRAD star rather than the terms that are included? The terms currently omit degrade. And then the terms include biotransform with a star, but omit transform with a star or a wildcard. The term transform wildcard is essential as many transformation products are considered products of abiotic transformation. Moving on to comments about the Swift review pre-filtering. And I apologize, the comments that you will hear from me today have not been updated to reflect the feedback that we received this morning from EPA. So one reviewer stated that the initial screening of hazard information, or during the initial screening of hazard information, it is unclear what tags and search strings were used in Swift review to identify and separate studies. Also, the tags for screening physical and chemical properties and fate are not listed, which makes it difficult to replicate the initial screening process. I think that we heard about that as well. Then there's another comment that the evaluation of score distributions is a critical component for understanding the robustness of the strategy presented. I believe that this is in relation to the prioritization in Swift review. The most complete approach provided is that in G.4, development of search strategies used to identify exposure literature in Swift review. Such an evaluation should be performed for the other components of the strategy as the basic elements of the approach appear portable. Specifically related to title and abstract screening process. On page 43, EPA states that unclear references are treated as relevant in this software. I believe that was referring to Swift Active Screener. And this statement seems to contradict information found in Appendix G that states on page 267. Lastly, a request for PDF for all sources that were tagged include, and include unsure is made. So EPA should clarify how conflicts with one or more reviewers answering unclear at the title and abstract level in Swift Active Screener are processed. For example, what happens to references that are marked by one reviewer as unclear and by another as exclude? And what happens to references when both reviewers select unclear? EPA should also provide a reference for the decision to stop screening in Swift Active Screener when the algorithm predicts 95% of the included references have been reviewed. Is this a validated stopping point, and or is this in line with best practices? And that is referenced to page 42. In general, there was a comment that the section on page 42 discussing the second round of conflict resolution was confusing. And on page 44, section 4.2.5, screening of search results, indicates that toxicokinetic and physiological-based pharmacokinetic studies are tagged as supplemental information during title and abstract and full text screening. However, table 3-1 indicates that this is a data need for human hazard assessment. And I believe that that information also is elevated in the literature trees along with the human hazard categories. So it's unclear exactly how these types of data, the ADME and the PK and TK information is handled. And they're going back to the TCEP human hazard assessment example and TCEP exposure assessment that brought up earlier. This reviewer could not determine or find the rationale for why specific studies were excluded. And so it's not clear if some of the abstracts may have been excluded because they include flame retardants, but not TCEP. And for example, Gomez et al. 2016, a study on flame retardants, including TCEP intents, But it's not clear why it was excluded. And Yang et al. 2014 is an excluded study on office exposure, but it's not additionally tagged or filtered to the occupational exposure group, either in the included or excluded groups. So just noting that reviewers were looking very closely at the study results that were available in the document and in the linked visuals, and finding discrepancies in studies that they believed should have either been included or excluded. So title and abstract and full text tagging. There were a couple comments that the term tags, or the use of the term tags, is ambiguous. The tags listed in the inventory trees do not match with the tags described for use with Swift Active Screener and Distiller SR. It's also unclear if these same tags are used for every chemical or if it can vary between reviewers. And so there was a comment that tags should accurately reflect which studies were done on humans, which on human health models, and which on ecological species. There's a very long example. I'll just highlight that the example is here and provided, and perhaps if more details needed, we can come back to it, about the tags, again, in the Pico statement, so how studies were handled. The studies are not ending up where they should be, either in the evidence tables or the literature tree tags, using, I believe, TCEP, again, as an example. Then backwards, regarding the comment on backwards searching being conducted, section 4.4 describes backwards searches, and it isn't clear if backwards searches are required to be conducted or in what instances they may be considered. It's also not clear how this process, or it's not very transparent how this process occurs. For example, is the entire reference list of the key secondary reference searched? And if so, which specific software tool is used for conducting the step? And then how are the list of those studies managed and counted in the overall process? So more details are needed regarding how TSCA relevant documents are compared against the included articles for each discipline. And then on page 52, readers are referred to section 4.3.3 for information on backward searching, and just a clarification that the section number should be 4.4. And then to wrap up 2A, there were just a few miscellaneous other issues that came up while people were responding to this comment and reading this chapter. In section 4.2.4.2 and in Appendix G, EPA uses the term integrated when speaking about 1,4-dioxane and the validation of the engineering tag in Swift Review, but does not clarify what that term means in this context. It perhaps is that EPA meant for this term to mean the same as on topic that was used on page 40, but that is not clear. There's also a comment on page 53 that seems like an internal note to EPA staff providing the document. It says better language here in brackets. And relating to how CBI or proprietary studies will be declassified and made available to the public. But that's where that better language here comment comes in. There's also a typo on page 45 where the words are provided in are duplicated in reference to Appendix E. In the TCEP exposure Hawk, the terror report is misidentified in Hawk and Hero as being from or published by the University of Cincinnati. And this report was actually written by two nonprofits, Terra and Lifeline, under contract for CPSC, the Consumer Protection Safety Commission. And Appendix F is presumably referring to the screening that occurs after Swift Review. And yeah, it is listed before Appendix G, which details the Swift Review process. So recommendation to flip those. It is also unclear why different software tools would be used for different chemicals. Both Swift Active Screener and Distiller SR can handle small or large data sets, and both have computer learning tools. So the recommendation there is for consistency and clarity. A single program should be used for this step. And I think we will probably discuss that in more detail in later comments. And that is all. There's a lot.
Yes, that is quite extensive. So before, let me just query the associates. Do you have, Dr. Reif, Kissel, Myers, and Rooney, do you have additional comments to provide? If you do, I'll take a break at this point. If you don't, we can open it up to anybody else.
I do,
So,
and it's my
Dr.
own fault.
Okay, so let's take a break, and let's go for a 10-minute break, and we'll come back and hit our associates for 2A at that point. Okay, so I have 16 past the hour. Let's resume at 25 past. Okay, 10 minutes. Okay. Everybody back at this point. Okay, we're in the process of answering question 2A. Dr. Pelch has just read a fairly extensive list of comments from a number of reviewers. At this point, let's go through the list of associates and then the other members of the panel to see if there are additional comments. First associate comment is Dr. Reif.
Hi, yeah, so I just wanted to add that, yeah, that was an excellent organization and presentation of comments, including additional ones that I sent late last night. So thank you to Dr. Pelch and Dr. Davies, who's also been working on some. The only thing I wanted to add is that in some of the comments, I interpreted robustness, the term robustness, to have a specific statistical meaning. And I just wanted to make sure that that was included in that some of the evaluations of things were done differently for different sections when they appeared possibly to be more modular, in that I thought that the same evaluation of robustness could have been applied more than once to some of the sections. And so just to give some framing to some of those comments, that I hope that that comes back up in some specific recommendations that were made in those comments. And also that term to me was related to the some degree of perspective or predictive power for what SA's methods meant to, and being built as a framework to accept new and future data. And I thought the comments captured those things, but that was just some specific terms as my interpretation of the charge question.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Wright. Dr. Kissel.
I heard all my comments, so I'm good.
Thanks. Dr. Myers.
I heard mine as well, so I don't have anything else to add. Thank you.
Dr. Rennie, you said you had some points to add.
I did. That's because I didn't send them in time. That's not on Katie, that's on me. So I appreciate Dr. Pelch's tour de force and to the organization provided. I only have a few additional ones, and that is that in general, the literature search methods are clearly presented for most of the tools. The literature screen, again, clearly presented for Swift, Active, and Distiller. I have concerns about Swift review, and so I'm mentioning them there, and I recognize the comments from TSCA this morning about their methods to validate, and I would encourage them to continue to collect data and perform full validations, not just testing of some of the processes, particularly for Swift review. And finally, for visuals, as was noted yesterday, many of these comments and the areas overlap in something like this. The interactive literature trees are helpful, but they present concerns when a pocket of studies that was considered supplemental may have been considered in another context, and it's not clear because the trees separate the information rather than allowing a reader to see it collectively. And I would recommend moving from the trees to evidence maps, and I can go into more detail at a later time. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's open it up to other committee members. Anybody else have anything? Dr. Wyckoff.
Yes, hi, just a short comment, which was partially addressed, I think. I found the flow charts in figures 4.3 and table 4.1 very helpful. Though in the table, it doesn't cover step 4 from the figure, the EPA QC step. And I thought this was particularly important to clarify because it seems that information that's not peer reviewed and not generated by US or other government agency can be included after the QC step. So it'd just be important to understand what that QC step is. Thank you.
Okay. Dr. Heiger-Bernays.
Thank you, Wendy Heiger-Bernays. And I thank Dr. Wyckoff for the point about the QA step. I want to reiterate that the gray literature is a really important source of relevant data. And thank you to EPA for explicitly identifying what these might be. But I wish to speak directly to the inclusion of dissertations. And I recommend that EPA retain inclusion of dissertation research, but recommend that the process for addressing double counting be more explicit. The research from the data from dissertation research can be checked against peer-reviewed literature by using the keywords that EPA already identifies and the processes for identifying authorship, date, and keywords. I think it's important to recognize that the process often followed by dissertation mentors requires embargoing of dissertation research if the data will be published within a fairly short time after doctoral degree completion. And this is required by several journals. Journals require for submission and publication of manuscripts that the data are not previously published, including in dissertations. So if the research is not yet published, those data may still provide value. And the reality is that if the research isn't funded by typically NIH, NSF, or other larger sources, the research may be slow to publication. It's expensive to publish research. It's between $1,000 and $5,000 per manuscript. So I just want to include that in the record. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like there might be a bit of a disagreement on that point. So we can discuss that further if we like. Dr. Davies.
Hi, this is Holly Davies. I just want to expand on some of the points that Dr. Pelch touched on. One of them is I had looked kind of more deeply into TCEP as an example, because we had these examples, to see if the gray literature search was really broad and comprehensive as stated in the document. And partly because I know that the state of Washington has done studies on the presence of flame retardants in consumer products, which is useful exposure information for draft risk assessment. And this information was not found in the gray literature search. So just to point out, it's not a broad search. It's not a comprehensive search. These are resources that EPA has been made aware of through comments in different dockets. Just to mention them again, there's a high priority chemicals data system with different states' product disclosure laws, where information on chemicals in children's products is put into this searchable database. That's manufacturer information. There's also state product testing reports. And Katie mentioned QAP. So these have the quality assurance project plans. They have the correct QA, QC that EPA stated it's looking for in the data. These are also on the state websites. So in the list of in the appendices where it says, this is what we're searching, none of the state sites were in there. And this is just, one chemical and one state. So don't know what's out there for the other states and territories, also for NGOs and the community data that we've just talked about with pests, that all of these documents need to be identified before they can be screened in the systematic review process. The other example I want to mention a little bit more, Dr. Pelch again mentioned the tags looking in Hawk, and it is nice, really nice to be able to see the documents, see how they flow, see how everything's tagged, but the tags were not reflective of human studies versus human animal models versus environmental models. So all of the human model studies, such as in mice, were actually tagged as human studies and not human models. And then just kind of as an example of this, the first study I looked at that was tagged as a human hazard study, tagged as human, but it was zebrafish. The zebrafish study was actually tagged as a human health model and as an environmental model. But the zebrafish study should only be tagged as a human health model because it's not a study on humans and it's not a study on an environmental species. And then the first environmental model, the first study that was tagged as environmental model I looked at was also a zebrafish study. And this zebrafish study was only tagged as an environmental model. And it's not a model, it's a human health model. And the other studies, like there's a Kestrel study that's tagged as both a human study and an environmental model. The Kestrels, of course, are not model organisms for anything. The Kestrel study is there because it's looking at Kestrels. And it's not a human study, right? The study on Duke cancer patients was a human study. So these tags were, it's not clear to me where all the tags come from, but they were not internally consistent, and they don't follow the science as to what's a human study, what's a model study, and what's an environmental study, environmental organism that we care about for that organism. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Dr. Cobb?
Thank you, Dr. Schlank. Just very quickly, and mostly to help in the writing of the document, I hope. There was a comment that was made about appendix length. And while that comment is valid, I believe those appendices, even though they're bulky, they help us as a committee and the public review the process that EPA is undergoing to conduct these the systematic review. And that's a level of transparency that we've asked for on the committee. So I would encourage the agency to leave those appendices as they are. Because again, I think if anything, EPA is erring on the side of transparency, which we've asked them for. And just related to a comment that was just made, I concur that dissertations should be included in the searching, but they should not be double counted with peer-reviewed literature or other great literature outlets that the same information may have been released in. With that, I will be quiet.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Apte?
Yeah, hi, this is Udayan Apte. My comments about the gray literature, I was wondering how are papers that are put in or manuscripts that are put in the bioarchives and preprint servers treated? Are they considered gray literature because they are non-peer reviewed? And if they are, will they be captured in the gray literature search? And what will happen if they are published eventually through the peer review process? Now they are not gray literature. So I was looking for some guidance on that. I was looking at, for example, screening for duplicates on page 52 of chapter 4, and there is no clear definition of these gray literature searches that will actually, how they will include or exclude the preprints, essentially. That is becoming extremely common nowadays to be viewed. Also, I have a question, and it might be in the document and I may not have found it yet, but the weight of evidence on gray literature. I looked at the flow chart, and it seems that there will be some sort of weight of evidence analysis done. If a gray literature source that sounded good becomes peer reviewed, and during peer review it actually changes some of the conclusions because the reviewer said something and they did more studies or whatnot, how will that be used? Because that could be a process that would take several months, and by the time the report writing might have moved on. And so just some kind of clarity on that, some kind of definitive rules on that would be good. And finally, the third and last comment I have is about the excluded part, right? I think hundreds and hundreds of things will be excluded. And I was just wondering if there is a way to at least have sort of a database of what is excluded. We don't have to have like full text or anything, but if there is a way for EPA to say that, okay, all these hundreds of sources were excluded through our process, they don't need to probably even give a reason because the reasons are clear in the document. But for somebody who wants to look at it more transparently, they would know which parts were excluded. And that way we have some understanding of what is included and what's not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Apte. Dr. Johnson.
Yeah, just a couple comments I want to make relative to ones my colleagues have made. I also want to chime in with Dr. Cobb and agree with the comments from Dr. Hager-Brené regarding double counting of dissertations. As one who has some experience, I've seen some published and some not. So I think we got to be careful about double counting. However, I do disagree with the comment regarding zebrafish being good uses of human models. I mean, they're fish. There's definitely issues with kinetics that are quite different. And I notice some biological pathways are conserved, but I still wouldn't categorize them as relative human models. I also disagree with the comment about kestrels. I think kestrels, USGS has been using those kestrels for years to help become a good animal model for raptors. That's the only animal model raptor we have in terms of doing controlled laboratory studies. So I think it is a valuable animal model for ecotox. And that's all I have. Thanks.
Okay, Dr. Davies, back at you.
Yeah, so I would say I can see kestrels are a model, eco model, but I think some of I guess there's no category for simple environmental studies on animals that are not models. So I think that has to be recognized, that some of the animals we're looking at, because we care about those animals, and not to use them as models. But I am going to stand by zebrafish as a human health model. We're not looking at zebrafish because we care about zebrafish as much, but that we can go over that later. I am also going to point out, I would like more transparency on why studies are excluded, because just looking at the title and abstract screening, it's not obvious why they're excluded. It's not obvious that they don't fit the Pico statement. So that would be really helpful to see, because some of them, Dr. Pelch mentioned this, some of them look like they would be from the abstract good studies to include. But I actually raised my hand to mention Pico statements. I don't remember, I don't know if I heard this, so I'll just repeat it on Pico statements, that there are changes in the Pico statements between title abstract and full text screening, which is not best practice with a systematic review. And again, I didn't look at all 23 examples. I was just looking at some of the individuals to see this. And I also looked at two similar flame retardants and saw differences in the Pico statements for these two very similar flame retardants, which surprised me, shows kind of a lack of consistency. I would have expected those chemicals to have the same Pico statements. And some of this has come up in public comment yesterday. One of them was narrowed to apical outcomes in between the title abstract and the full text. The other flame retardant, TPP, was not narrowed to apical outcomes. So both, there should be a more broader outcomes with not just the apical outcomes, but including other toxicological endpoints. It shouldn't be different with very similar chemicals, and shouldn't change between title abstract and full text screening. Thanks.
Okay, Dr. Wang.
This is Amy Wang. I have the new recommendation is that after all those are done, there should be a step to double check the references cited have not been retracted. There have been some high profile journal articles being retracted, or and there are databases tracking those. Typically your information specialists or librarians can go through each database that you search and especially look for retracted studies. There are also at least one database specifically track the biomedical reference that have been retracted. So that's a final step to ensure all of the references cited are still relevant and in good standing. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Pelch, I'm going to skip you and we can come back to you after everybody gets their first shot in. Then we get people to come back in for a second shot. So if that's okay. Dr. Kissel.
wanted to just speak to the question, not just of retractions, but also errata, which may not show up in a primary search is a problem, and papers that are just wrong, but nevertheless not retracted or corrected by their authors. I've written personally multiple letters to the editor about papers that are manifestly incorrect, and they continue to be cited in the literature, because if you do a simple literature search, they show up and the letter to the editor does not show up. So I think, you know, this raises a larger question about the whole mechanical aspect of this. The search engines are great for just finding stuff in the first place, but at some point there has to be some subject matter expert oversight of the whole process, because the fact of the matter is that there is a lot of stuff in the peer-reviewed literature that is crap. And that also applies to a fair number of theses that make it to the abstract services. They're actually not good work. And, you know, while including them may be reasonable, giving them the same weight as something that has made it through peer review is not appropriate. And it shouldn't be assumed that everything in every master's thesis would pass peer review, and even PhD theses sometimes would pass peer review if it was submitted to a journal, because it just isn't true. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Chasen.
I'd like to just echo the comments from Dr. Apte, and I think in addition to that, having a sort of a catalog of the kinds of the things that were rejected, and maybe a code or some kind of simple note as to why or at what stage it was rejected, would be really valuable for EPA to use as a tool to look back on the how the system is working, and to examine their criteria for rejection periodically. So the learning process, I think that would provide for EPA to look at the quality of the SR going forward, could be quite valuable as well.
Okay. All right, Dr. Pelch, back to you, because you were before Dr. Rooney, so I'll go there.
Okay, thank you. This is Katie Pelch. I want to echo the comments of my committee members, of the committee members, and also just add maybe a recommendation that perhaps it might be necessary to differentiate between experimental studies versus observational wildlife studies, that might be a good break and might solve some of this tagging issues that Dr. Davies brought up. I also echo the need to indicate the level of exclusion, especially as it relates to large amounts of studies being excluded with swift review. I think that is going to be immensely helpful moving forward. If it's indicated in the list of excluded studies, if it was excluded during swift review, title and abstract or full text screening. And just speaking to, I've brought it up before, but this need for an additional level of consistency check, I think, was really highlighted in Dr. Davies' comments. And I'm curious if EPA could implement a process by which all of the literature with a given tag are at least scanned through and reviewed to make sure that there isn't something majorly off when you have these kind of distilled piles of evidence brought down. For example, if you search all of the animal models, are all of those studies, at least at the title abstract screen that you've brought to there, can you look across them again and make sure that they are all in fact on animal models and that they're not human epidemiological studies? So that's that kind of extra level of consistency checking that I think is desperately needed.
Okay, Dr. Rooney.
Hi, thank you. I don't know if I'm going in contrast to the committee here, but I have some concerns about what I'm hearing about the level of detail. And maybe the appropriate place to have that detail and follow up to help TSCA make solid, defensible decisions based on the data, but not spend time tracing down things that they're not going to use. And so I caution giving recommendations to EPA to find, keep, and use every piece of information on the topic. To find it all, yes, identify it, categorize it, great. But if it is not going to be used to support a decision, if it's supplemental, leave it alone. We don't need to recommend, or I would push against recommending that they further track down whether it supplemental information on data and studies that aren't going to be used. In contrast, if EPA is going to be using that study for any kind of decision making, absolutely, in that case, track down the retractions, errata, dissertations, etc. But otherwise, I would not recommend that.
Okay, Dr. Cobb?
Yeah, just real quick on the point of some of the searches and what information is getting kept in and thrown out. I shouldn't say thrown out and refined away. I really want to emphasize that the PChem properties that we're talking about, if the agency settles on one PChem value, whatever it be, boiling point, vapor pressure, whatever it be, that can drastically influence what compartment of the environment we expect exposure to be in. And depending on whether you have a high value or a low value, can switch where something may go, or maybe not completely switch it, but change the weighting of water, concentrations in water versus concentrations in air, for example. So I really think that EPA needs a universe of values. It does have to be a whole universe, but a good subset of values that they can rely on that has a maximum, a minimum, and maybe a preferred amount, preferred value. And that's really important for understanding how these models that they're using are going to respond to these various parameters. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Chasen, your hand's still up. Did you have something else to add?
No, my apologies. I forgot to put it down.
Okay. Dr. Barrow.
Thank you. I'm not sure this goes here, but listening to this, I really see a glaring omission that would lead to a recommendation. And I think this will come up in the later chapters as well. And that's around this issue of refining the Pico and how that occurs. So there's a fairly broad question for the initial searches, which is appropriate. But what I think, we're struggling with is then we don't have information in the handbook or guidance on how the Pico statements are then refined to further guide the data evaluation or data extraction or evidence synthesis and evaluation. So it seems to me it fits in here kind of, after the initial broad searching step. But my point is that there should be a recommendation that EPA should describe the considerations for refining the Pico statements, and they could include, for example, how mechanistic data are considered, or TK information, or population susceptibility, but basically giving a structure for how those Pico statements are refined. Thank you.
I think we'll be addressing that a little bit later at some point, I hope. Anybody else? This is quite the first question of the day, so to speak. Anything else we have for 2A? One thing I would add, just in passing, I've mentioned this before on some of the previous chemical evaluations that we've done, and I believe NPDES permitting as a gray literature source. I didn't put that in my comments before, but I want to get that on the record. That's as we've gone through a lot of these compounds, we're missing a lot of monitoring data that's not necessarily available, and NPDES permitting is a great source of literature that should be accessible at least through regional EPA offices. So that would be another source of gray literature at some point, but I'll throw that in there. Okay, with that, let's go back to the agency. You've heard, goodness, almost more than an hour's worth of comment on this. Dr. Barone, do you have any questions of clarification?
I think the discussion has gone back and forth. I appreciate the broad range of views. I think there are some things that the committee members misunderstood. And I think we will have to respond to the report in the minutes to make those clarifications in our responses. I think at this point, getting into the weeds is not necessarily productive.
Yeah. That seems appropriate. Sure. Okay, let's go ahead then and move on to 2B. Dr. Fay, do you want to read that into the record?
Kelly Fay, EPA, charge question 2B. The number of references per chemical can be large and exceed thousands of entries for different disciplines. EPA has employed state-of-the-art machine learning approaches, Chapter 4.2.2 and Appendix G, and listed discipline-specific criteria for filtering references to be screened. Are there recommended changes to the criteria that could help ensure information most relevant to a task or risk evaluation is captured, while irrelevant information is screened out?
All right, our lead discussant again is Dr. Pelch.
Thank you. This is Katie Pelch, and these comments and for 2C are shorter than they were for 2A. So for 2B, just a quick clarification from one of the committee members. The charge question states Chapter 4.2.4 and Appendix G, but the reviewer questioned if this should actually refer to 4.2.4. And then just an overall comment, given the discussion yesterday that the reviewers were asked to provide feedback on the main document and also the chemical specific aspects of the document, I thought it would be worth noting that at this point, I had not received comments on specific chemical, Pico, or RISO statements, but rather that the comments apply more broadly. So first, we can start off by discussing the use of SWIFT review criteria for narrowing the literature. Section 4.2.4.1 discusses the search strings available in SWIFT review and cited in Howard et al. 2016. And just to read a specific quote from that document, it says, additional work is required to validate the accuracy of the tagging against manual review. We envision that refinements will be made to the current search filters used to classify health outcomes and evidence streams to improve accuracy based on the results of validation work. Further, that manual review of the automated search strategy is recommended. So that was from the authors and the creators of SWIFT review in 2016. And we did hear discussion today about how EPA has validated or tested those tags, but I just thought that it was important, again, to highlight or to ask whether or not EPA has methods in place to validate that there have not been false excludes. It is, EPA should also provide evidence that the built-in search strategies in SWIFT review have not changed, or note if they have changed since 2016 and how they've been externally validated. I'm trying to summarize. Section 4.2.4.2 describes the generation of EPA-generated filtering strategies in SWIFT review for the exposure and engineering disciplines. And just a point of clarification, I think this was a little bit tricky to understand in the document because these disciplines are different, but just to clarify that search strings were not created for those two disciplines. Rather, the prioritization aspect of Swift review was used. And then if that is the case, EPA should provide additional clarity regarding the process of using the seed studies and whether or not the same seed studies will be used for each project in Swift review. And then a note that even with the information provided in Appendix G, it was still unclear why the 60% and 80% thresholds were used for the exposure in engineering. So there was a lack of clarity in that described on page 41. So then in regards to the Pico statements and the instructions to reviewers across the chemicals. So we heard several public comments yesterday and earlier today as well as the written comments submitted from the public that there were concerns about the Pico statements being inappropriate in terms of the level of biological organization that were limited to in the Pico statements, and that the Pico statements perhaps change throughout the course and conduct of the SR. So there will, the committee will have to come together and determine what types of recommendations might come out of that. But in draft, the Pico statement should be developed at the beginning and not changed from title and abstract to full text screening. And the Pico statement should be consistent among chemicals. Again, we heard the examples of TCEP and TPP. And then just a note too that there is a standard PISO and RISO statement listed in Appendix H rather than chemical specific PISO and RISO statement. So it's a little bit unclear why there is a need in this kind of overarching handbook type document to have chemical specific Pico statements. But I think the rationale for why that occurred and why those statements are there was well explained yesterday. But without chemical specific protocols, it is difficult to judge the rationale for the decisions made in Pico changes, which we just heard. So one suggestion was, rather than change the criteria, it is recommended that additional information be provided about the decision process to move from inventory and literature tree to what may be carried forward. For example, prioritization of data from a certain media type or exposure route, apical endpoint, or study duration. And then in terms of screening non-hazard studies, there was a recommendation to reconsider how the PISO statement is phrased or presented in table H.2. As it's currently written, it doesn't state what I think I heard was intended by EPA this morning. And then on page 43, the enumerated exposure pathways do not include vapor intrusion. Is this topic assumed to be covered in indoor air or groundwater? Appendix K suggests that peer-reviewed data with proper controls be included in experimental data classification used to describe physical and chemical properties. And then on page 340, biosolids or soils may be incinerated. Removal by incineration could well influence incinerator ash that might be used to amend soils or biosolids, and that ash may be landfilled, where they may also potentially influence groundwater. So the suggestion was to include both soils and groundwater in the evaluation. And on page 341, KOC can be important in vapor particle partitioning and thus will influence chemical transport and transformation. Perhaps add an X in the air column or add a row for KOA. Suspension, resuspension could also be important for particulate matter at atmospheric solid interfaces. And then just two minor editorial comments. One is that section G.4.1 is written in a different verb tense from earlier portions of the appendix and is jarring as written in table appendix H4. It's not clear what the star is in the outcomes line after the words quantitative estimate, as there's no star listed in the table footnotes. And that concludes the comments I received on 2B.
Great, thanks. I assume some of those from Dr. Reif. I hope so, because he's not able to attend for the next hour he's teaching. But if he has additional ones that are not. Did he send you comments, Dr. Pelch?
He sent comments, and I shared them also with Dr. Davies, who will be covering D and E. And I believe the comments that were relevant were discussed in 2A.
Okay, just want to make sure if he has a chance, then he can address those later on. Okay, Dr. Kissel?
No further comments here.
Great. Dr. Myers?
No further comments here.
And Dr. Rooney?
Additional comments, and again, this is I didn't provide them in a timely manner, and so my comments for 2B are in a similar vein to 2A with more detail. That the use of Swift Active and the machine learning approaches to re-rank studies using a model developed approach is state of the art and indeed well supported and excellent use of resources by EPA. EPA may want to consider the use of the Distiller AI, re-ranker, and the DAISY model because they have identical performance, and that would keep EPA in the same system or platform, which they mentioned a desire to do. In addition, users can add studies to the Distiller re-ranker, such as literature updates, and the model can re-rank and prioritize them.
Excuse me, Dr. Rooney, are you addressing number C or B? Because what you're talking about seems to be C.
C and B overlap.
Okay.
So they could go in either place. And
okay.
I put them all in B. And so I have very few comments for C.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Your point is well taken.
All right, thank you.
So the Distiller features allow the set of new studies to be added. Swift Review, as noted, Swift Review does great work. The group behind them does fantastic work, and as acknowledged that I am a co-author on the Swift Review paper that's cited by EPA. However, the use of Swift Review for that discipline-specific criteria presents some challenges and some concerns as follows. We also recognize, or I recognize, there's a challenge here in the time and level of effort for the full range of TSCA steps, and the machine learning approaches are potential time savers. EPA uses the built-in strategies to tag references at the early stage of the process of filtering by chemical fate, property, hazard, and those built-in strategies have not been formally validated. We've gone back and forth on this in the discussion earlier, and EPA should continue to validate the impact of filters and their use as recommended as follows. Add a pilot and calibration step to Swift Review. Investigate the impact of dropping references that are not tagged into any of the 3 disciplines with Swift Review for all disciplines, not just exposure. EPA presented data on performance of the first few chemical substances, but did not perform a formal validation of the method. Of particular concern was the performance on dioxin. EPA is to be commended for the evaluation and continue to evaluate. What I'm trying to make clear is to strongly recommend in a transparent manner to either proactively, which would be ideal, validate that approach, or at a minimum, continue to collect the data as you go through assessments, and then clearly validate the impact of excluding studies or placing them in a different discipline. As a recommendation, the use of Swift Review should be limited to filtering by evidence stream and move to Swift Active or Distiller AI and DAISY for screening by further categories, not the predefined categories. And I have a question of why they would not be using this approach already, because the use of that machine learning essentially saves the same amount of time and recommends that EPA would not be screening studies that are deemed non-relevant based on the performance of the manual screening and the pickup from Swift active or distiller AI to prioritize and re-rank references beyond the 95% threshold. The last question on the use of Swift Review is the use in the machine learning model to prioritize with a threshold of 0.62 for inclusion. This threshold appears to be arbitrary and should be tested and validated for the level of impact, ideally proactively. However, understanding EPA wants to move forward, they should collect data and then assess the impact of studies that may have been excluded at the 0.62 threshold, and EPA would then adjust the threshold moving forward using a data-supported approach. And as the chair pointed out, these overlap with C, and so I don't have any comments on C when we get there.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Rooney. Appreciate that. Okay, any other committee members? Comments? 2B. Okay, not hearing any. Let's go ahead and move on to 2C, which sounds like it might be fairly short since they were addressed in 2B. So, Dr. Fay, would you mind reading that into the record?
Kelly Fay, US EPA, charge question 2C. Currently, EPA is providing discipline, oh, sorry, wrong one. Comment on the value of using systematic review tools, e.g. Distiller SR, Swift Review, Swift Active, EPA's HERO database in the searching and screening literature for use in the TSCA systematic review process.
Okay, Dr. Pelch.
Thank you. This is Katie Pelch. Dr. Rooney just very nicely summarized a lot of the comments that we received on 2C, so I won't read them again, other than to note and to reiterate that Swift Review can be a good tool for narrowing down the literature as long as it is used correctly and the results are verified. Reiterating the fact that choosing the top 20% of relevant studies seemed arbitrary. There was a comment that Appendix G is unnecessary to list all studies used to train the software. I think, again, this gets to the point of perhaps moving the training and the validation of Swift Review to a separate document and perhaps a separate process. There's a question as to whether or not the seed and historical references used to train the AI in Swift Review, whether or not the EPA is confident that newer publications use consistent language and therefore will adequately be captured in that approach. And just a comment that the descriptions in the Swift model are vague at best. Information in Appendix G adds insufficient detail to allow reasonable assessment of what was done. And that there's no way for someone outside of EPA to evaluate which references are seeded as positive or negative results. And there was a question as to whether or not the studies were read in full text that were deemed positive or negative, because currently all that is noted is assessment of title and abstract. And then perhaps, oh, I already did that one. Then comments on the general process for using Swift Review. Machine learning tools, including Distiller, Swift Review, Swift Active Hawk, and the HERO database will be immensely helpful in managing the large number of references reviewed during a TSCA risk evaluation. And the use as described by EPA seems reasonable. An outstanding question, however, is how easily and seamlessly these tools actually work together when literature updates are conducted. And when sorry, I lost my track. I think that's it. The systematic review tools appear powerful, and but the full function cannot be fairly evaluated until tested in action in the reviews of the next 20 TSCA compounds. If the SACC members fail to identify significant papers or sources that have not been included, that will constitute evidence for the merit of the chosen tool. And this particular reviewer recalled only a few instances of relevant references being missed in the review for the first 10 compounds. So just building on this idea of validation and consistency across time. In figure 4.1, there was a question as to whether EPA could clarify instances in which studies would proceed from distiller SR to Swift review. And I think that that was covered yesterday in EPA's response to questions. And then figure 4.1, studies are moved through Swift review, Swift active screener, distiller SR, back to Swift review, and through Hawk and Tableau. This amount of data moving and software use is excessive and poses the risk of additional errors. So I think that that reiterates the comments earlier, but also to note that these tools have overlapping features, so there might not be a need to use all of them in the process. And then it's unclear why Swift Active Screener and Distiller SR were used somewhat interchangeably, as both of them have computer learning tools. And so for consistency and clarity, there's a recommendation, as we just also heard from Dr. Rooney, to use a single program. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up from all the information that we heard today. On page 41, the criteria for using Swift for prioritizing exposure studies appears to eliminate 40% of exposure data. How does that compare to the upper end, best matching higher centile of the negative seed references? And then comments on the tools in general. The system, one reviewer commented that the systematic review tools are appropriate and represent the current state of the art for such software. They add high value towards the goal of a highly automatable, transparent process. A specific action that will help ensure that the current best tools continue to be used is to be sure the evergreen links cited throughout the document include all relevant information needed to recreate a given analysis. This includes input data, parameters, and where possible, source code. Such efforts will allow future method developers to benchmark performance against the published standard. There was also a comment in section 6.4 where the document states data extraction and content management are carried out using tables in Excel, Word, or Hawk based on information that is entered into distiller forms. And this seemed contradictory to earlier statements that indicated data extraction would be carried out in distiller SR and Hawk. And chapter 6 doesn't provide additional clarification for how Excel and Word are used for data extraction or content management. There was a recommendation that the TSCA protocol describe more clearly how each tool would be used, when a combination of the tools may be used, and how these would be selected, given that some of the tools discussed have overlapping functionality. And whether or not for example, the distiller output and audit records would be provided, as well as in Hawk, whether the entire instance would be made publicly available versus only partially, as has been done in previous risk assessments. And as Dr. Rooney pointed out, there were a few additional comments questioning why distillers' AI functionality wasn't used, including the check for screening errors. I believe that that's DAISY, or I might have those two confused, but that perhaps if EPA were to continue using Swift review to take and move forward with large sets of information, perhaps at a minimum, a recommendation would be to use distillers check for screening errors or other AI tools to ensure that there were no false excludes. And it was recommended that EPA consider mapping the various tools to the steps in the risk evaluation. For example, our Swift review and active screener are used more for literature trees as part of the scoping exercises, and then distiller SR is typically used when moving to extraction and evaluation for the risk evaluation. It was a little bit unclear exactly where the tools are used in the process. And that is the conclusion of the comments that I received on 2C.
Okay. Since Dr. Reif is here, not here, we'll go Dr. Kissel.
No additional comments.
Great. Dr. Myers?
I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
And Dr. Rooney?
Nothing to add, and good job following all the updates from today.
Fantastic. Okay, other committee members? Okay, it would appear that there seems to be somewhat some consensus on these two. With that, let's go to Dr. Barone. Do you have any questions or clarifications regarding the comments?
No, not at this time. Thank you for the discussion.
Fantastic. Okay, we are magically back ahead of schedule, which is nice. So rather than pursue 2D, let's go ahead and take a lunch break, or well, food break, wherever you happen to be in the world right now. Let's go. I have 21 past the hour, so let's go at 5 past the top of the hour. So on a East Coast time, that would be, I guess, 1:05 EST. We'll go there. So that's a 40-minute break, roughly 45. Okay. We'll see you guys in a bit. Hello, welcome back, everybody. Hopefully you're all there. All I can see is names and Dr. Rooney's picture. But at this point, let's go ahead and take a quick roll call to make sure we have a quorum for the meeting. So again, I'll start alphabetically and go through our SACC list and then our ad hoc list. So let's begin with Dr. Apte.
Present.
Thanks. Dr. Baker. Oh, she's
Dr.
gone.
Baker
Sorry.
is away for a little bit.
Yeah, I got it.
Thank you.
Sorry. Just saw it. Dr. Blystone.
I'm here.
Dr. Cobb.
I'm here, Dan.
Okay. Oh, gotcha. Dr. Chasen.
I'm here, thank you.
Got it. Dr. Davies. Dr. Davies.
I'm here. Sorry, just had reaching for the unmute.
No worries. I was just hoping your computer was working.
IT guy was great.
Fantastic. They usually are, aren't they? Dr. Virtual Doucette.
Present virtually.
Dr. Heiger Bernays.
Present.
Dr. Johnson.
Here and raring to go.
Gotcha. Dr. Kissel.
Here.
Dr. Prisbilla.
Present.
Dr. Reif. Are you back yet? Doesn't look like it. Okay. Dr. Rollins.
Present and accounted for.
Gotcha. Dr. Voorhees.
I'm here.
Gotcha. All right. Dr. Barrow.
Ready to go.
Yeah. Dr. Pulin Fedinick.
Here.
I got it right that time, right?
Close enough.
Oh, no, really? Oh, I'm just struggling with that. I'm not sure why. Dr. Goyek.
Here.
Dr. Lamb.
Here.
Dr. Myers.
Here.
And Dr. Pelch.
Here.
And Dr. Rooney.
Here.
Dr. Wong.
Here.
And Dr. Wyckoff.
Here.
Gotcha. All right, let's go back to Dr. Reif. Are you back yet from class? He's teaching from 1 to 2 or from 12 to 1, so it would be in a little bit later, I think. Okay, we should be good to go. So as I was stewing over this, the last question particularly, I just wanted to again reiterate, and you'll hear me say it 100 times probably, but it's okay. I mean, while the EPA values consensus, it doesn't have to necessarily be consensus, but it is okay to disagree and provide. Oops, somebody's got their mic on. Hello? Can you guys check to see who's got the mic on? Yeah, Dr. Rollins? Gotcha, thanks. Okay, yeah, so just thinking about the discussions and again, particularly on some of the earlier questions, there's a lot of diversity of opinion on some of these. So as we go through the rest of the questions, it's okay to state that you disagree with a certain position, or that yeah, you're not following that. It's totally okay to do that. You don't necessarily have to shadow it, because in the document that will come out, you know, it'll basically say the committee agreed, blah, 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 the committee thought so-and-so. So, you know, if you don't agree with something, it's good to get it out on the record to make sure that there is disagreement. That helps the agency sort of weight the discussion and the comments a little bit more, because they're definitely going to probably follow, well, you know, the consensus-based responses tend to be a little bit more positive in terms of how they review these documents. So anyway, let me just reiterate that it's okay to disagree, and that consensus, while again is nice, it's not necessarily always the case, particularly in something like this. So with that, I actually just want to point out some of the components. I thought it'd be a little bit later, but some of the discussions regarding some of the models and descriptors for Pico, in terms of some of the comments brought out by Dr. Johnson and Davies on zebrafish. I think, and xenopus, which is also mentioned in that table for the document. I think those are actually models for human health, but they're actually for very specific stages, and particularly that of development. So while they may not be utilized specifically for human health-based endpoints, for developmental endpoints, they're actually quite strong, in my opinion. And the NIH invests millions of dollars a year specifically for, at least in zebrafish, I know, to sort of identify specific modes and mechanisms of action that are classic. So again, a recommendation might be for those endpoints to focus on development or developmental endpoints. And I bring this up because the CompTox dashboard actually does provide those endpoints for zebrafish a lot. So the nice thing also about zebrafish is you can also use it as an eco indicator for growth, reproduction, and some of the more apical endpoints, which are used for risk assessment as well. And that's actually provided also in the ecotox component of the CompTox dashboard. So again, just to put that on the record for wherever it comes out in the minutes at this point. So at this point, let's go ahead and move forward for question 2D. And let's, if we can, Dr. Fay, if you can go ahead and read that in to the record, that'd be great.
Kelly Fay, EPA, on charge question 2D. Are improvements to the literature searching and screening methods and approaches used for the various evidence streams supporting the risk evaluations recommended? If so, what specific changes are recommended? Is integration of additional systematic review principles or best practices into the literature searching and screening methods recommended?
Thanks. The lead discussant for this is Dr. Davies.
Hi, I do want to mention zebrafish. I think our disagreements are enough and agreements are enough at the table here to get put into the report.
Yeah.
But the one that I was mentioning did specifically say in the abstract, we're using zebrafish as a human health model for these endpoints. So that's why I thought it should be tagged as a human health model.
Sure, and I would agree with development in that as those endpoints, but yeah.
So for 2D, I want to start by mentioning the review of EPA's first systematic review protocol by the NASM committee. This is something that SACC brought up multiple times in our review of the first 10 draft risk evaluations. So I wanted to commend EPA for doing that peer review and then incorporating, responding to those comments. So it's great that that was done. Earlier, Dr. Barone mentioned some misunderstandings by committee members. We're looking forward to those clarifications, and also note that anywhere that we were confused is a recommendation to make that more clear in the document. Systematic reviews are incredibly labor intensive, particularly if initiated from scratch. We recommend the agency begin with authoritative reviews as a starting point. The draft protocol doesn't actually identify such authoritative reviews, and it should identify reviews by government agencies such as ATSCR tox profiles, EPA Irish reviews, as authoritative reviews, rather than including them in the general mix of gray literature that has ATSCR tox profiles, data from TSCA orders, white papers in this mix. Once identified, these authoritative reviews can be used to identify relevant studies done to that date, with other literature searches starting from that point. Okay, I'm trying to, as I'm looking at this, I'm trying not to dwell on stuff we've already talked about. So without repeating what was said for 2A, but referring back to the examples given in our response to 2A. The gray literature search is not comprehensive and does not identify the relevant references, especially noted from states and territories and from unique communities. So the recommendation is the literature search should include searching for information from states, not relying on states submitting information to a docket. So the recommendation would expand the list of sites that in Appendix 2E that are searched for information. EPA announcing the Federal Register that its docket is open and comments are accepted until June 9th is not sufficient for finding all the relevant gray literature. Similarly, for NGOs and community groups, perhaps using search terms in a general internet search to and developing relationships with relevant community groups and NGOs to expand the list of what is searched for gray literature so that literature can be identified. This did come up yesterday. I do want to repeat here in our response on literature searching that the list of searched for physical chemical properties in table H1 should include dermal permeability coefficient, octanol Al partition coefficient, and pKa if applicable. So in the gray literature section on page 31, there's a mention of alternatively screened references, but there's no indication of what criteria allow the alternatively screened references to be excluded or included in the database. Also, a few pages later on page 55, a note that the addition of the section describing processes for gathering additional data is very positive, right? As the data gaps quite often exist. And this was also highlighted that it was noted in Dr. Henry's presentation yesterday. I have comments on the example literature inventory trees. I think the figure 4.4 to 4.7 on the value of these. But the reduction of data sets to 1 or 2 values for each physical property does not allow the robust evaluation of the impact that those parameters may have on exposure assessment. So the example is a single Henry's law constant will not allow an assessment of variance in that parameter could influence chemical partitioning under standard or other conditions, and applies to many other parameters in figures 4.4 through 4.9. And note that EPA has repeatedly suggested that, not EPA, SACC has repeatedly suggested that EPA use a weighting process to allow inclusion of more data points for exposure and effects. Also in the literature trees, it's unclear why references were excluded for the reason of supplemental information. Were those materials reviewed in full, or were they excluded simply for being in supplemental? The information in section 4.7.2 is cursory and indicates the information in figure 4.5 includes environmental state properties. However, the documentation in table 6.7 indicates that environmental state information is limited to modeled data, and this disconnect needs to be fixed. Furthermore, the search for environmental state data is needed, not a simple search of modeling output for chemical concentrations in the environment. If there's no actual data, the data gap should require acquisition of environmental monitoring data for the chemical in question. Again, kind of a question on are branches that are labeled Pico relevant included in the assessment data, and perhaps the figure caption can be more explicit. And in Appendix D, the agency's data gap filling procedures don't seem to include acquisition of empirical data for the chemical in question. This is misguided as many parameters are relatively simply measured. A section for consideration of implementing data gathering procedures is needed, and in the main text that references Appendix D. And a note that elimination of data from studies based on omission of modern QA or measurement techniques could easily eliminate high quality studies performed in the distant past. In the case of very basic data, such as physical chemical properties, and also as a note that a lot of high priority chemicals that are undergoing this TSCA risk evaluation are legacy chemicals that have old data. So in the case of these basic data, especially for the legacy chemicals, such elimination could cause there to be no empirical data to be available, and then modeled data would supplant the actual data. The approaches must be subject to regular evaluation and revision using new training, seed, test, etc. This will guard against accumulation of biases in the models as the nature of the data change. An example is, could the expanded prevalence of rapidly generated NAM data cause scores to drift? And could emergent contaminants follow significantly different profiles from the more well-studied approaches? Sorry, more well-studied compounds. And then I think that's it for 2D that I have.
Okay, thanks. I don't see Dr. Reif left on our list, at least participant list, unless he's just flown in the last 2 seconds, but we'll go ahead and put him at the end of the list. Dr. Kissel?
I would just say on the physical chemical parameter stuff, the octanol air partition coefficient, like the acid dissociation constant, it's actually in the search terms. It's just not in table H1. So the problem for those two is that table H1 doesn't reflect what's in the search term collection.
Okie doke. Noted. Okay, Dr. Myers.
Hi, yeah, thank you for that summary. I just wanted to add that along with putting the chemical specific information in its own documents, I would say that the literature screening, validation, and verification methods that are used that are in the appendices could also be its own document, such as, you know, the systematic tools used in the TSCA risk evaluation, and that may make it clearer without bogging down the actual document. Thank you.
Okay. And Dr. Pelch, you're an associate this time. How's it? Does it feel a little different?
Yes, so this is Katie Pelch. I'm sorry if I missed it, but just to reiterate, I know that we've talked about the tags, but the need for a kind of final overview, but then a final consistency check across the tags, but just also to make sure that there's some notation in the literature trees and the evidence maps when that data is preliminary or in process versus finalized. I think that that would be helpful.
Okie doke. Dr. Rooney, you're our last associate on this one.
I have nothing to add. It's an excellent summary.
Great. I'll go back to Dr. Reif, if you've come in yet. And Dr. Davies, you did receive information from him, yes?
I did. That is included.
Yeah.
I have information from him for both D and E.
Okay, great. Okay, other committee members, Dr. Rowland, I see your hand is up.
Yes, thank you. I just want to go back to the alternative methods and NAMs and the conversation about zebrafish just quickly, since it's been raised several times. when we look at the flame retardants, for example, tris-2 chloroethyl phosphate or TCP and tris-1,3-dichloro-2-propylphosphate or TDCPP, the NAM data in zebrafish for DMT and locomotive were both positive for those, but the National Toxicology Program conducted a study in rats where they concluded both of those were negative for the DMT. The point being that before we rely heavily on these NAMs, we have to make sure they're validated, especially zebrafish, which everyone cites as a great model, but the fact is, as I pointed out earlier, they are fish. Their brains behave a little bit differently than humans and other rodents or mammals or rodents. And so we just have to be careful when we're interpreting these NAMs to ensure that they are actually validated for that class of chemistry. So they also have a domain of applicability on top of just being generally a different species. So I just wanted to point that out.
Noted. Again, I would point out this is Dan Schlink's comments. I would point out again, it's the development component that I think and more of the mechanistic aspects that tend to be conserved through development for that model. But Dr. Blystone?
Yeah, Sherry Blystone. I believe I heard in the comments a suggestion that authoritative reviews already completed, and maybe some definition of authoritative review is something that the EPA would consider. And I just wanted to go on record as saying I think that's problematic. I don't know that any other review that's been completed by any other group would match what is required under TSCA. So if that is a recommendation, I wouldn't support it.
Great, thanks for that. And Dr. Chasen.
Hello, this is Chris Chasen. Thank you. I have a recommendation, and Dr. Davies, I'm not sure if this is for 2D or 2E, but since you're leading on both, I'll send it to you. You can stick it in where you think appropriate. My recommendation is for the literature search and focusing back on this issue of making sure that unique communities or pests or that kind of thing, that issue is included, given the importance of the requirements for the agency objectives, especially. And the recommendation is that the literature search could be enhanced in a couple of ways, including after the initial determination of the possible toxicological endpoints or potential adverse health effects associated with the chemical under study, a literature search should be conducted with seeds related to the pests and linked to that health effect. Seeds can be linked to the expected health risk identified for the chemical of interest or the target tissues or whatever toxicology factors relevant. And that would be relevant to the susceptibility and or the unique exposure scenario within a community. Evidence in the community of high incidence of a given health issue could be related to exposure to the chemical, or could be evidence of either unique exposure scenarios such as duration, periodicity, or levels, or susceptibility of people in that population given the same exposure as would be experienced in, quote, the general population. Another way to do this is specific terms for generic search could be designed in collaboration with EPA experts in other parts of the agency on this topic, as well as tribes and public groups, state reps who have a lot of interest in this particular topic. And finally, the search strategy and its harvested information should be included in the literature trees and evidence maps to illustrate explicitly the effort to identify and include consideration of pests in the risk assessment. Thank you.
Okay, great, thanks. Dr. Apte.
Hi, this is Udayan Apte. My question is about what is actually considered NAM. There's been some discussion here about zebrafish and the other species and what are we, and when does something become a new and alternative method, for example? Is it I mean, zebrafish are not new. They've been used for a long time. And I agree that they're a great model to study development. But some definition and clarity should really help when this goes forward. Are we considering anything that is non-rodent as NAM? Are we considering, where do human hepatocytes, for example, or any kind of human cells fall? Where do organoids fall? What does it mean to use data generated using humanized mice? Things like where you have human genes in mice, or nowadays you have human cells in mice. Are those alternative methods or those standard methods? And some clear-cut definition about maybe a table or something that this is NAM, this is not, would be really helpful.
So you're making that as a recommendation in the document, right? Is that
yes.
what you're? Yeah, gotcha. Okay. Dr. Barrow.
Thank you, Lisa Barrow. I mean, the committee and EPA have really emphasized the point that efficiency of these reviews and the fact that they can be time consuming is a concern. And so I want to comment on the issue of including the authoritative reviews, because I get the point that that can raise concerns, but they could also really increase the efficiency of the process. And so in terms of recommendation, I would add 2 qualifiers to that, is that the authoritative reviews should be evaluated in some way to make sure they meet a certain standard. And that secondly, the EPA develop a plan for obtaining the metadata, or really the underlying data from the reviews, because that's really what's going to be important to EPA. So for example, if another group has done a study evaluation for outcomes that are relevant to the TSCA report, then a lot of effort could be saved in terms of using that study evaluation. And I think we'll get to this later, but one could also argue that there's some advantage to using study evaluation methods that have been well established by other groups in any case. Thank you.
Okay, great, thanks. Again, just to reiterate, please get your comments into Dr. Davies so she can assimilate this information. And Dr. Davies.
I just want to react. I think that what is a NAM is outside the scope of this committee, and there's no way we're going to come to a consensus of a table of what is a NAM and what isn't a NAM, and which models, and nor are we going to agree on zebrafish, I would say. So I think it's a good point we'll bring up, but I can't imagine us putting in a table that we agree on.
Yeah, I don't think that was Dr. Apte. I'm not speaking for him, but I don't think that was his recommendation. I think he's addressing the fact that it is uncertain and that it probably needs to be addressed at some point, not by us per se, but at least by the agency, perhaps in the glossary, which I think it is actually, perhaps, but I don't.
This is the yeah. I don't want the committee to agree on anything. What I think is that a definition from EPA is necessary in the document. That's all I say.
Yeah, I think that's what I heard you say anyway. But
I think the committee would disagree on a definition, but we can put that in.
True. I'm sure we would not agree on the definition.
Yeah. So good luck, EPA.
Yeah. Dr. Lamb.
Hi, yes, thank you. So just 2 points, not to belabor this point about zebrafish and these models, but just one thing I wanted to point out here is that some of the concerns that I've heard raised by the committee may have been addressed if EPA had developed kind of chemical specific protocols where they discuss how these types of models would be applied or how they would be interpreted in the context of a specific chemical or a specific scenario that they're addressing. Instead of this approach to have this generic protocol / handbook with specific chemical examples. So I think possibly in the future, as we heard yesterday, it sounded like EPA is planning on integrating in these recommendations and from here on out developing chemical specific protocols. This might be something that would be addressed at that point where we can see how they're planning on interpreting these types of data streams and data sources. And then also, which I think was just kind of briefly mentioned previously was that, some of this discussion is more about the implementation of the approach and, possibly expert judgment that has been applied to classify, let's say, the zebrafish data in terms of how they apply to the situation being reviewed. And so this is kind of an example of how systematic review imparts these types of benefits, right? Where you can see what's happening with the data, where these decisions are being made, and one might disagree with, yes, zebrafish is considered a human model or not, but you can see these decision points along the way. So I think some of this just kind of exemplifies that transparency of systematic review, where we as a committee, as we're evaluating this, are now able to demonstrate where we agree and or disagree with the process. And so, as has been mentioned, we don't need to necessarily come to consensus on these points, but I think they are important for EPA to consider kind of moving forward for thinking about where these types of controversies may come up. And then just my second point is to expand on Dr. Barra's point about existing systematic reviews. I agree that, you're not going to find a systematic review out there that's been published that basically takes care of that chemical for TSCA, right? There's nothing that kind of expands to that scope and breadth that TSCA needs. However, like Dr. Barrow mentioned, these reviews can be extremely beneficial. We can have search terms, we can have lists of included studies. If it's truly a systematic review and they've gone through that transparent process, it can save EPA a lot of time of having to evaluate a particular outcome or a particular chemical exposure if a systematic review has already been done on that. And I will point out that there are several existing tools that are available that NAS has recommended in several different committee reports, where there are tools to evaluate the quality of systematic reviews and evaluate whether any existing biases may have affected that review. And so EPA would be able to evaluate the quality of those reviews and determine whether or not they would be able to incorporate those findings to eliminate some of the work that would be necessary for a component, at least, of the TSCA review.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other comments on D? Dr. Barone has sent out a definition and a strategy approach for a NAMS list development, which I will forward to Dr. Peterson to send out to you guys. So we'll get that out to you. Any other comments on 2D? Okay, with that, I'll go to Dr. Barone and see if he has any questions.
No, I think the discussion was very helpful. I did send the link to the agency's NAMS strategy, and there is quite a bit of documentation there that addresses some of the topics that were discussed, as well as what is the current list of NAMs that are being considered and evaluated, and what are the criteria for NAMs to be considered in the TSCA program. So just by way of reference for the committee's understanding of this particular topic, and appreciate the discussion.
Okay, great. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to, let me just see, is Dr. Reif back?
I am, thank you. Sorry, I had to step out to teach. Yeah.
No worries. I think Dr. Davies incorporated your comments. Is there anything else you want to add for 2D?
I don't think so. From the discussion that I've had, I think that it spun off on some of the NAM discussion, which was part of the comment that I added. So I think it's been discussed. So, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, great. Okay, let's move on to 2E. Dr. Fay, you want to read that into the record?
Kelly Fay, US EPA, on charge question 2E. Currently, EPA is providing discipline-specific literature trees and evidence maps to provide transparency for literature screening processes. What other suggestions would be useful for EPA to consider to graphically represent the characteristics of the screen literature? Are there additional data and information elements or tags that would be useful for developing graphs or tables for the various evidence streams, e.g. PChem, environmental fate, environmental release and engineering, exposure, and hazard?
Okay, and once again, our lead discussant, Dr. Davies.
Thank you. Just want to note that there is some overlap right now with comments in 2D and E, especially with comments on the existing literature tree. So one recommendation is that summarization across evidence streams could greatly aid communication and promote the public buy-in of findings. This could be a merged version of existing diagrams, an entirely new summary graphic, or a recombination of existing elements. EPA has highlighted the variety of sources used for identifying literature for systematic reviews. And a recommendation would be to create flow diagrams to show how the overall search results progress through the review. And this includes a 2020 reference as example for doing this. For more comments on the trees, again, the committee members generally found the literature trees helpful, commented on the transparency of presenting the trees, and also additional comments and recommendations for improvement. So it's not clear how the trees are used to select information carried forward. So specifically what's included or excluded each stage in the risk evaluation. This is particularly confusing regarding supplemental material, gray literature, and recommended this be clarified and clearly stated, especially when supplemental material is included. Also, the trees present concerns for pockets of studies that were not included in later steps. There's less information on those. And it's difficult to keep track with the limited information provided in the evidence tree. The literature trees are narrow and restricted visual representations relative to the interactive evidence map. So the ability to link or add information that crosses branches is not possible in these. And they don't just sort filter while maps do and rely on the same underlying data. So the use of interactive maps that allow consideration across data would be helpful. And the same data that's used to develop trees can be used to develop interactive evidence maps that can do filtering, sorting, and interactions. There were questions or comments on the evergreen nature of the trees. The document said the trees are evergreen, but it's not clear how often the literature searches will be updated or if they will be updated, especially in regards to the specific chemical risk evaluations. The trees would be improved. It was possible to click on the number in the literature tree and retrieve the list of studies that was assigned that tag in a downloadable Excel file, because it can be cumbersome to retrieve them from HAWC. Also noting that in the system, the hero IDs are useful for EPA, but less useful for people outside of EPA to identify literature. The more common use is name of the primary author and date. The general structure of the evidence maps created in Tableau. It's important that include a heat map arraying the available studies by one or more data extraction or data tagging elements, and the list of included studies on the right. It's important the list of studies match the number of studies included as indicated in the literature inventory trees. And it's displayed it's not as user-friendly in HAWC, especially with the hero ID as I just mentioned. Sympathetic to the sizing issues and constraints of creating the evidence maps in Tableau. But the 3 layers of scroll bars that result when embedding the Tableau display in HAWC are not ideal. The ADME and PBPK that are contained in the human health and environmental health hazard evidence map. But we think these were clarified that these were supplemental types of information. And it seems inconsistent in how the supplemental information is used. So clarification in that. And that, I think we mentioned this, I'll mention it again, KOC should be added to address relative affinity to organic carbon in the PChem tree. So comments on some of the tags that were asked about. So some additional tags that would be helpful to be incorporated. For exposure, individual exposure measured, individual exposure estimated, group population exposure measured, and group population exposure estimated, whether it adheres to a guideline study, the route of exposure, the duration of exposure, and that kind of split into chronic, subchronic, not necessarily the specifics as much. The quality category, what species was used, and the exposure and dose levels. Again, kind of a more categorization, not the specific exposure and dose levels. There seems to be differences in the tags used between disciplines. So figure 4.9, going back to these literature trees, include tags by data type, which is peer-reviewed versus gray literature. I've mentioned this before, that's in the exposure, but isn't in the hazard. So the recommendation that tags are consistent to the extent possible between disciplines. Figure 411 has 2 supplemental material tags. Perhaps one relates to those tagged as supplemental at the title abstract level, and another includes supplemental tags after full tests. It's not clear if these are ever combined or how these are considered in regards to information that's moving forward in this process to identify information for the risk evaluation. The recommendation is that multiple levels of tags are described and descriptions are provided regarding which of the supplemental materials may be included and not at which level. There's a minor comment in Appendix 1.1. It's just confusing that the hazard and exposure literature tag trees have a different URL format. So recommendation to have a standard URL format. And that is it. So hand it to the associates.
Okay, thank you. First associates, Dr. Reif.
Hi, yeah, thank you, Dr. Davies, for the summary. I think that was very complete. I just want to expand on something, which is that I think that the way that the graphics and the information is delivered right now is impressively implemented. And I think that it has the framework for including a lot of these improvements that have been suggested without starting over in a big way. And so I just want to emphasize that point, that I think, for those less familiar with Hawk, maybe, or these kind of tools, maybe it's not as intuitive, but I think, once you learn it, I think there's a lot of flexibility in the way that it's been implemented. Tableau is an example, right? There's a lot that you can do. So I think some of the recombinations and sort of bigger views that go across evidence streams, I think can be done within what's almost already there, infrastructure wise. And to me, the biggest one that I would like to see would be that the different evidence routes be recombined into sort of one summary figure in some way. That was the part that I would find most helpful as I was trying to get sort of a gestalt of the overall picture of a chemical. And yeah, that's it. I'm impressed.
Great, thank you. Dr. Kissel.
I don't have any additional comments.
And Dr. Myers.
That was a great summary, and I agree that this has been a big improvement since the last version. I would just say that it's difficult to determine how this data is being reviewed, especially ones that are being reviewed by multiple disciplines or sub-disciplines, whether those TSCA reviewers are the same in the discipline versus the sub-discipline, and just the manner that they're being reviewed. So any way to make that clearer would be super helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Pelch.
This is Katie Pelch. Thank you, Dr. Davies, for that excellent summary. I would just add, I think that the literature trees and the evidence maps are phenomenal. And I echo Dr. Reif's comments that, once you have the basics for creating these visuals. It's not a whole lot more. There's not a big learning curve to implement some of the recommendations and suggestions that you heard here today. One that I would like to call particular attention to is the fact that I think the evidence maps could have a little bit more information provided in them to make them more useful to a wider variety of audiences. So we heard from Dr. Davies the need to move away from listing the hero ID as the main study identifier in the evidence maps. I think that that's really important. And just to note that there is innumerable ways that you can improve the study hover over to provide more information at a glance, including the citation, the title, the abstract, whether we can put the conflict of interest statement, funding statement. There's a lot of metadata that can be put into those evidence maps that right now is lacking.
Okey-doke. Thanks for that. And Dr. Rooney.
I completely agree with the summary and then the points made by the underlying data are already there. EPA did the work. It's just a matter of how you display it.
Okay, other committee members want to weigh in on this one? Okay, not seeing any hands. I'll go back to Dr. Barone. Any questions of clarification regarding the comments?
I wanted to, yes, this is Stan Barone. I wanted to thank the committee for their thoughtful conversation and the overview. I do want to echo a couple of points. One is if there are specific tags that the committee is recommending, that is critical for the sorting of the information that we have already reviewed and captured. And to the point that was being made, we can visualize and make different visualizations for different purposes. And if the committee has specific recommendations for improvement, and I've heard a number of those, we can incorporate that in future visualizations in the evergreen process. So again, making clear what those recommendations are, actionable, will be very, very helpful to the program and for a future improvement. So the two things are, which have already been said, is a lot of the metadata is already captured. We can sort the information in different ways, but we want to hear from the committee and stakeholders about what visualizations they think would make this more transparent. And I've heard several. So again, capturing this and enumerating it will be extremely helpful to us. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Pelch.
Hi, this is Katie Pelch. I'm not sure I have a recommendation formed fully in my head yet. I will work on that. But just a question or maybe a comment, I think one of the important things coming from my background and perspective on human health hazard is just to keep the tags for the health outcomes consistent across chemicals. And I admit I did not click through all of the links that were provided to see if that was the case or not, but I think that that will be very important moving forward, and perhaps providing documentation as to how that structure was chosen, or is that the same structure that's used across EPA offices, for example, an ORD or IRIS. I think that that is an important aspect to keep in mind. And then I do have a question about the developmental tag, just in terms of how the studies that are tagged as developmental, if they are also tagged to their specific organ system. For example, if there were developmental effects on the liver, are those tagged both in the liver pile or the hepatic tag as well as developmental, and whether that is the most efficient or not? I think that that could be up for discussion.
Okay, Dr. Rooney.
Appreciate trying to give more specific advice, and Dr. Braun was suggesting that they could sort of filter it different ways. My suggestion is not for EPA to find new, better ways to sort or filter, but rather to add the sort and filter features to their interactive visuals so that the user can explore the data where EPA has already prepared it. In addition, a couple of things keep coming up about evergreen. Definitions will change, processes will change, they'll be clarified. And so it would behoove EPA to just document if you're doing it in Hawk, if you're doing it somewhere else. April 2022, we changed the definition of development so that it no longer overlapped with the developmental neuro. They were marked either neuro or development, but not both, et cetera. But keep those records in the back for somebody to find.
Great. I think also too, Dr. Rooney, if you could provide some examples for some of the filters, I think that would be useful as well. Dr. Wong?
This is Amy Wong. I have suggestions similar to what Dr. Andy Rooney just mentioned, is to keeping the tag available for users to choose how they want to source all of the references. One of the tools is called Flourish, Flourish. If you search Flourish data visualization, you will find that it allows you to put examples like evidence map. It also allows you to intuitively change how the data are displayed. I think we all recognize not everybody is a coder or programmer. Those kind of easy click a button kind of things is very useful for the users to find information they need without having to actually dig through the Excel sheet or some other format. I received no compensation for mentioning the trade name. This just happens to be the one that I know of and I enjoy using it.
Yeah, thanks for that. Any other comments before we move on? Okay, Dr. Wong, your hand's still, there you go, thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to charge question 3. Dr. Fay, could you go ahead and read that into the record?
Kelly Fay, US EPA. On charge question 3, method to assess the quality of the evidence, chapter 5. Previously, OPPT developed a method for assessing the quality of data and information sources described in the application of systematic review and TSCA risk evaluations. Based on NASM, SACC, and public comments, EPA has discontinued the 2018 method. The evaluation method included in this protocol uses a structured framework with predefined criteria for each data stream and information source. The goal of the revised method is to provide transparency and consistency to the evaluation process and to fulfill the TSCA science standards. In the past, the NASM has reviewed EPA's assessment products and identified issues related to the lack of clarity, transparency, and consistency, including questions about how individual studies were evaluated and considered to inform the conclusions of EPA's assessments. Due to the diversity of study types that EPA is considering in these TSCA risk evaluations, EPA is using qualitative ranking of metrics and domains to evaluate study strengths and weaknesses, and to assess potential bias in its study evaluation. This approach is intended to increase transparency regarding the quality of individual studies. Based on the materials and presentations provided to the committee, please address the following questions. Next slide, please. Please comment on the clarity and robustness of the data evaluation method and the utility of the harmonized structure, domain metric criteria applied across various evidence streams, e.g. PChem, environmental fate, environmental release and engineering, exposure, hazard, included in the TSCA protocol. Please provide comments or recommendations on any of the various evidence streams.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Rooney, you are lead discussant for 3A.
Okay. Just trying to, excuse me if I try to figure out whether I'm standing up or sitting down doing this. I realize I have a abundance of comments to reflect. So tried to organize them. I appreciate everybody for getting their comments in. And I respect those of you that just got them in moments ago because I've done the same thing. For the robustness and clarity, there's a number of comments. So I'm going to start with the ones pulled up for that. And there was an overall comment that the robustness and clarity of the data evaluation methods are in general well thought out, but could be improved. So the following, I guess it's 1A through D, are comments on improving clarity or transparency. Numerical basis, and I apologize to the rest of the committee, but numerical basis comes up a number of times as it has previously, but throughout this evaluation. And the first comment on increasing that is that the EPA states in the preamble to charge question 3A that qualitative ranking is being used. But this is misleading as the qualitative rankings are then translated into a quantitative metric. An example is provided in Appendix Q. This does not address the feedback received from NASM. Do not use numeric scores, quote, to evaluate studies. Replace them with domain-based scoring, as is done in tools such as the Navigation Guide and OHAT, citing the National Academy's 2001 report. Recommendation. EPA outlines the methods as ordinal, but it is numerically based. Note that multiple committee members recommended fully removing the numerical basis. However, note this was not universal, and in the informal polling by study answers that I got, 6 or 7, depending on question, suggested removing the numerical basis, and 2 or 3 of the committee members, depending on question 3A, B, or 3C, recommended maintaining that numerical basis. Therefore, if EPA does keep the numerical basis, they should adjust the language to clarify and avoid claiming that they've removed a numerical basis, which is neither, in many committee members' opinion, transparent or accurate. Second clarification, definitions for domains and metrics. The domains and metrics are not always used in ways that are typically used in systematic review protocols. Example, page 67 of the protocol describes that evaluation domains present general categories of attributes that are evaluated for each study. Test substance, conditions, reliability. Each domain contains a unique set of metrics or sub-attributes. And they cover various aspects of methodological quality, sensitivity, risk of bias, or lack of reporting on a study. That organization study evaluation departs from the usual structure for evaluating studies or systematic reviews where quality, sensitivity, and risk of bias, and then reporting are not unified under the same domain. The standard approach is to have domain related to risk of bias, such as selection bias, reporting criteria, the reporting results. Recommendation that EPA modify, or more likely, to clarify the use of domain terminology, and that it is different from commonly utilized domains and risk of bias. 1C, adjusting ranking. The process for conducting the study evaluations described initially on page 70 and 71 reflects robust systematic review procedures as 2 reviewers rank each criterion. Discrepancies in the ratings are resolved by discussion, reviewer training, and a manual are provided. However, this section states, quote, based on the needs of the risk evaluation, the overall study ranking can be updated to a higher or lower ranking to reflect other considerations. These late adjustments are not transparent. This came up again for multiple reviewers. Recommendation, professional judgment to adjust the quality ranking and update ranking. EPA should transparently report when and how often it is used and document the scientific basis. Particularly important is to clarify how often it is used. If professional judgment is adjusted a large percentage of the time, that would suggest the method is neither straightforward nor working particularly well and may warrant modification. There are a number of places in Chapter 5 that references for potential there should be a clear place where these decisions are documented in written form. My screen just said my internet is unstable. Can you guys still hear me?
You froze for a minute.
Yeah, there was a phrase there, but I thought it was just me. So might want to repeat that last sentence or two, perhaps.
Okay.
Just to
it's unfortunate I have better internet at home than I do here at the office. There are a number of places in Chapter 5 that references the potential for professional judgment to cause the final decision on data quality to deviate from the numerical score. This is to be expected. However, there should be a clear place where these decisions are documented in written form. The fourth clarification, relevance and study design as exclusion. It is not clear why relevance is not used as an exclusion criteria during the screening stage. Page 67 of the protocol notes that the data evaluation may include some measures of applicability and relevance. However, to conduct human health hazard identification and comprehensive weight analysis, EPA evaluates studies conducted by all rights of exposure, even if some routes may not be used directly in the response application for the risk assessment. So why is applicability and relevance included in the study evaluation? It is standard practice to evaluate studies that are included in a synthesis, whether quantitative or qualitative. If all studies are included in the hazard assessment, they should all be evaluated. Or if only some routes are relevant, then they should have been excluded at an earlier stage. Similarly, on page 67, the protocol states, along with professional judgments, such as guidelines from the OECD and GLP, determine the adequacy or appropriateness of certain study designs and analytic methods. The choice of study design or analytic method should be addressed at the study inclusion stage, not later during criteria. Recommendation is to clarify or reconsider the use of relevance in study design as exclusion criteria. Okay, that's the last of the clarifications. There's about 6 or 7 main points following that. The first one is on organization. The data evaluation criteria are a mix of criteria that are not organized by reporting risk of bias or quality. Although the wide variety of the methods for evaluating studies have been reviewed, the rationale for how parts of these methods were selected or rejected is not clear. Although a number of references are cited, no empirical or theoretical rationale is presented to explain how the criteria were selected. Overall, the guidelines are difficult to follow. Another part for organization. Overall, the guidelines are difficult to follow because of the sheer amount of text and switching from topic to topic. Recommendation for organization. There were excessive number of tables. Could they be consolidated or maybe pop-up boxes used in a digital format? It would be helpful to have hyperlinks in the text and appendices. It was difficult to move back and forth within the text. A lot of information is given in appendices. It would be helpful to provide some introductory information to this section, especially definitions for domains and metrics along with examples. There is some harmonization of structure across evidence streams. Some evidence streams have metrics that can be dichotomous, but it would be essentially mean that only choices the ranking of 1 and 4, so that makes the domain more weighted than evidence stream. And other evidence streams may not have that choice. Finally, more information is needed on training and what calibration exercises are and how likeness is achieved. Next section on terminology. The term quality is used ambiguously to cover various related issues such as methodological quality, risk of bias, and internal validity and reporting bias. EPA should be specific on the types of quality and validity issues it is referring to in different senses and different sections. It is unclear how the term accessibility is being used as a domain. It is combined with the consideration of clarity, and it appears to be used for the context of data completeness and the availability of data as metadata, reporting quality. Accessibility is often commonly used in the context of accommodations. For example, ADA accommodations, but this term does not appear to be used in that context. Furthermore, occasionally within this domain, some incorporate quality assurance as a metric, which does not appear adequately reflected in the domain name. Perhaps a term like documentation/clarity would be more appropriate. Number 4, tailoring the critical appraisal to the topic. This goes back to another multiple repeated comment from the committee, and that is for specific protocols for individual assessments. Fundamental to the conduct of an effective and reproducible critical appraisal process for each risk evaluation is the refinement or tailoring of quality and validity systems to the topic. For example, what is appropriate for one study or type of chemical may not be for others, or critical confounding variables may differ by chemical or outcome or exposure scenario, or how various physical or chemical parameters such as solubility, volatility, influence, study design, and many other attributes would be chemical outcome population receptor specific. The protocol does not address how the quality criteria will be refined to the topic as needed. Perhaps this is during the piloting and calibration process. Recommendation. The protocol or the TSCA framework, if it is retitled, should clarify how and when the quality criteria are refined to the Pico or RISO criteria, and how such is documented and applied within a specific assessment. Addition of project-specific protocols would be part of and clarify this approach. Number 5, metrics. The evaluation method evaluation method does not address financial conflict of interest. The OHAT methodology does not contain this domain of risk of bias analysis. It collects information about funding from data sources and data extraction that considers multiple points in the evaluation, citing the handbook. Other systematic frameworks, such as Navigation Guide, include a question about financial conflict of interest in the risk of bias analysis. Importantly, this does not lead to the exclusion of industry findings from the systematic review, citing Woodruff et al., the Navigation Guide, 2014. There are extensive number of metrics which are used in, and that in parts benefits the comprehensive nature of the evaluation of each study. However, it raises concerns to whether characteristics are being double counted and thus implicitly being weighted more or less heavily than other considerations. Next point. It is not clear why some metrics lack critically deficient criteria. For example, the metric regarding variability and uncertainty defines the quality ranking of low if the study does not address variability of uncertainty in the results. However, it seems this would be more appropriate to classify as critically deficient, as would without the associated uncertainty and liability. Some metrics are also presented with dichotomous ratings, high, low, medium, low only. It is unclear why that particular domain or that particular data stream is evaluated that way, whereas others are not. This appears to be somewhat arbitrary, with no explanations given as to why only dichotomous options are given for some metrics, or the ranking of high is sometimes available and others is not. Text in the protocol appears to indicate this is intentional, but the reasons behind it did not make implicit sense. E.g., the anchor of high ranking was removed because too many reviewers were ranking the study as high and skewing the results. That introduces the level of bias, as the rating of studies appears to be arbitrary and not scientifically defensible. Study quality resource reference. One of the committee members indicated there are major gaps in the resources that were reviewed. For example, the Strobe statement was reviewed. That is the strengthening of reporting and observational studies for epidemiology by Von Elm, 2008. But this is simply a checklist for reporting for observational human studies. It does not appear that many of the tools for assessing risk of bias in observational human studies were reviewed or at least cited. As a recent example, it's suggested that EPA refer to a systematic review of tools that identified 62 tools, and that reference is provided. Systematic review of tools to assess the risk of bias. And I have a link to it in my written material summarizing comments. 7th point, supplemental studies. Biochemical and cellular level outcomes are tagged as supplemental mechanistic, but are not incorporated into a separate evidence stream. This type of evidence is thus limited in its role providing biological support for studies in apical outcomes, and their evaluation of mechanistic process contributing to adverse outcomes. Furthermore, there appears to be a lack of any requirement on these supplemental data sources. Will they be reviewed, evaluated, and incorporated into systematic review? Or what criteria will be used to make the determination to consider to incorporate these data? Clarity of ranking. Recommendation to improve the documentation of scientific rationale. that supports the ranking per domain and metric, pair, and practice. Tables provided in the appendices have a space for assessors to document comments in tabular form specific to the highlighted concerns. Those are these limitations and deficiencies. However, it's not clear to the reviewer if this table is intended to be the description of the data quality criteria, or if it's intended to be filled out by the assessor, nor the basis of that judgment. It would be useful if the reviewer comments field was also available in the ranking tables, for example, table Q8, that more clearly look at the template an assessor would fill out the study. Perhaps add an additional column. And then I'm about done. I have half a dozen editorial comments. Page 70, clarify what the initial review process on page 70 is. Is it the full text review? Page 453, it looks like the table headers from the table in the previous page continue to this page, making high, medium, and low descriptions confusing. Page 456, maybe this comes later, but more detail on the verification of the plausibility results metrics and QSAR models is needed. In the appendix M4, table M4, it is not clear what the high, medium, and low boxes are for. And there's a spelling error. Looks like completely misspelled with a V. Table appendix M9. This is the last one. I'm interpreting the description of serious flaw for geographic score correctly. That would mean that even rural areas have risk assessments, which I am not sure is true. And you will already invite them, but I'm certainly inviting any of the reviewers, and you'll correctly name them as what, associates, to provide their comments, or the others from the committee that provided comments directly to me.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rooney. Appreciate that. Okay, let's go through our associates. Dr. Prisbilla.
No further comments. Thank you, Dr. Rooney.
Dr. Voorhees.
No further comments.
Gotcha. Dr. Barrow.
Thank you. Dr. Rooney did a great job of summarizing some really complicated comments. And I just want to emphasize 2 points or clarify. And I think maybe I even missed something when Andy dropped out. So I apologize if I did. But this point about the mixing of different types of evaluation criteria in each of the tools, I think it's actually more than an organizational issue. So we have in the tools elements of risk of bias or internal validity, sensitivity, relevance, applicability, reporting criteria. And as Andy mentioned, there's also conflict of interest in some tools. And what's really, it seems to me, well, what's really lacking is a rationale for why certain items were accepted into the EPA evaluation tools and other items were rejected. So I think there really needs to be a theoretical empirical basis for this, and also for rejecting existing tools that are available. And I think one huge risk is the double counting that can occur among these different categories because they aren't clearly defined. And Dr. Rooney did mention that. The second point I want to make is that we reviewed 11 appendices that had different tools that were linked to disciplines. It wasn't very clear sometimes where a particular study would go or whether a particular study would be evaluated under a couple of those evaluation tools. And one reason for that is these tools aren't organized by risk of bias, which would link them more to being evaluated by study design. So they're linked to the discipline. And again, I think that the recommendation would be that that needs to be, I think, revisited to see if this organization by discipline for the tools, is in line with standard practice, and also clarify like where different types of studies would go under these different evaluation tools. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Goyak.
Hi, just a couple small points that I wanted to emphasize. And actually, maybe the first point, I want to agree with Dr. Barrow on the revisiting of the tools in terms of whether or not the best organization or the kind of the most logical way to put those together are really by discipline. But even assuming that those stay the same, I wanted to emphasize a comment from yesterday that came up during the organizational discussion. There's really not the actual information that's presented in Chapter 5 is really quite limited. You have to go to all of those different appendices K through S, I believe, to find the kind of the specific descriptions of the domains and the metrics and how that plays into the overall ranking. So that I really think that level of detail needs to be in the chapter, where if we're considering appendices as supplementary information, and really it's just really hard to flip back and forth also. And that's all I've got. Yeah, thanks, Dr. Rooney, for doing such a great job of summarizing all that.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Lamb.
Yes, just a couple of quick points to add on to Dr. Rooney's excellent summary of our comments. One point on the issue of sensitivity that was just brought up. So I didn't put this in my comments, but I was trying to figure out the right place to put this. And since this has come up as an issue, I'd like to just mention for the record that sensitivity is something where NASM has recommended that these types of metrics are not included in study quality evaluation. So by sensitivity, EPA is referring to statistical power as a study quality metric. And you can see this in some of those tables in the appendices and the directions for the specific metrics. And so that's something that I would recommend against doing, because NASM, again, has recommended against it. And it speaks to this bigger issue of conflating different issues within this general term of quality, when in fact, EPA should only be focusing on methodological quality and then addressing risk of bias or other concerns as separate domains. Another thing I wanted to mention is one of the comments from the committee members that Dr. Rooney mentioned was this issue of expert judgment. This is something that I initially put in my comments and then I took out. So the issue here is, kind of this process for how expert judgment is incorporated into the study ranking. And for example, within the protocol, EPA mentions the process of how when the overall study quality is determined, then professional judgment may be used to adjust the study ranking. So you can, change the ranking, rank it higher or rank it lower. And it appeared from the text that it would happen still in conjunction with the two reviewers. So they would both have to agree and come to consensus. And there would have to be some scientific rationale for why they are making this decision to change that ranking. Now, this approach, I think, is appropriate given the nature of systematic reviews. I think the inclusion of expert judgment is always a component of systematic reviews. And that's really why systematic reviews is so powerful. It can propose or present a framework for how you incorporate these types of expert judgments and decisions, and then make that transparent to external reviewers to see how they came to this decision. But I think the comment here is kind of thinking more about the process by which this is done. Now, the comment that Dr. Rooney read or kind of put into the record was more about specifics of like how often this is done, right? So in all of these reviews that have been done, how many times has expert judgment changed that ranking, which I don't think is necessarily appropriate for what we have been tasked to do. But what I think we would like to see is within that protocol, explicitly having that process for how expert judgment is incorporated and where it's documented, and then later on how we could make these evaluations of over the first 10 studies and assessments, how often was expert judgment used to upgrade or downgrade one's ranking. So kind of thinking about the process and how we can improve the protocol through these recommendations. And I will say that the reason I took out my comment was because in the text, it's very brief, but again, as one of the prior committee members mentioned, if you go into the appendices, there's a lot more detail there. And it was clear to me that there were spaces in all of those tables for the reviewers to put in justifications and rationale. And the text does mention that reviewers are not required, but strongly recommended to put in justification for their rationales for their ratings. So that's where it appears that any decisions about expert judgment would go for documentation and transparency.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Other committee members on this one? Dr. Myers.
Yeah, so I just want to point out that a lot of the talk about this section has come with use of metrics and then also the ability to adjust those metrics. And I just want to point out that if you remove the use of metrics, you also remove the ability to need to adjust the metrics. And I think that the previous committees have strongly encouraged not to use any type of quantification. So personally, for me, that's probably the best recommendation that you could have. Secondly is with funding bias. So I think a lot of the research around funding bias really focuses on industry, but I'd like to point out that academics are under some of the same constraints when it comes to funding. So it's publish or perish. If you don't get positive results, you're not publishing, you're not getting grants. So I think that that's something else that really needs to be addressed if you're going to address funding bias, to make sure that we're getting it from all angles. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Johnson.
Yeah, thanks. I think to actually provide sort of an opposing view, I guess, I got some input for another question that's relevant here. And so I'll just read it. At least 2 panel members did not have an issue with quantitation of study quality, as this has been done historically in the EU for occupational exposure level derivation using the TOX-R tool, which is based on a method developed by Klimisch. Given the complexity of all the study parameters, study quality parameters that could be present, the method presented here seems reasonable to stay objective and repeatable. EPA simply uses quantitation to qualitatively bracket, which seems to resolve NASM's concerns about any false perception of precision.
Okay. Thanks for that input. Dr. Pelch.
Hi, this is Katie Pelch. I just wanted to thank Dr. Rooney for his expert summary, and also just to make sure we get into the record that we did hear significant public comments on this, and as well as written comments that we can also refer to going forward.
Okay, great. Dr. Pelch. Oh no, I just have you, sorry. Your hand was still up, sorry. Dr. Barrow. It's getting late for me.
Sorry, my screen moved and I was trying to turn Julene on there. So I just want to, sorry, what's it going to make a brief response to the comment about funding or conflict of interest as an item in these tools. I mean, I think the much bigger issue is that there needs to be a rationale for what items were rejected or not, and not just piling on items. But if we are going to have a discussion of funding bias, I mean, there is reams of evidence from meta research on funding bias related to industry, and I would be happy to provide those references. And as Dr. Rooney mentioned, there are other tools that do consider that.
Great, thanks. Mark, your hand's still up. Do you have something else?
Sorry, it's legacy. I'll take it down.
Okay, no worries. It's a legacy contaminant. Dr. Lamb?
Yes, I just wanted to address the comment about potential biases of academics and others aside from industry. I was hoping Lisa, Dr. Barrow, would address this. Lisa has published many papers on this, and one in specific, a recent paper talked about kind of the difference between financial conflict of interest, which is most often the case for industry sources, versus non-financial interests, such as those with academics or personal beliefs or others. And I think it's important to classify the difference between those. And there is research to demonstrate the impact of financial conflicts of interest, which is oftentimes the type of domain that's incorporated into potential risk of bias, like the navigation guide guide approach, as opposed to other non-financial types of interest. And the fact that the former oftentimes puts scientific judgment at greater risk of bias than the latter. And there are papers, again, Dr. Barrow has published extensively on this, and I'm thinking of one paper she published, which specifically talks about this issue, which I could share with the committee members and put in the public record. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Cobb?
Just real quick to the negative data bias, that is a good reason to keep dissertations and theses in the search criteria, because that is where you will often find the types of information that will often not be able to be released in a peer-reviewed publication.
Okay, thanks for that. Dr. Rooney.
I would just like to thank what are we called? The associates for clarifying and adding to the comments. And I can fully see how, after Dr. Barrow clarified her remarks, that when I separated the pieces, I broke the message. So I appreciate her fixing that.
Thanks for that. All right, any other comments from the committee? Okay, let me go back to Dr. Barone. Do you have any questions or clarification regarding the comments?
Just one question, a couple of clarifications and one question. First off, there was a lot of discussion about upgrades and downgrades, and the expert judgment that's used to upgrade or downgrade studies, classification, ranking is required. There has to be a rationale, scientific rationale for that, technical rationale, and that is included as a stop in distiller. So you have to enter that information in order for the study evaluation to be completed. We can clarify that. And I think Dr. Lamb got it. With regard to rationale for domains and metrics, there are some metrics in particular that are basically yes, no, and we can clarify around that. There isn't a logic of 1, 2, 3, or 4, high, medium, low, or critically deficient. It's either there or it's not. And then the question that I have, when we were looking at the approach for different disciplines, and I'm talking about fate, I'm talking about fate and transport, physical chemical properties, engineering, and environmental release, and exposure and hazard for both ecological and human health. We had a lot of trouble organizing, except by discipline. So the suggestion of organizing by risk of bias, if in the comments, in the recommendations, it could be more clearly articulated how you would do that on that first principle, it would be extremely helpful to us. And references for extending beyond human health data streams to other data streams, I think it would be value added. So I just want to make a pitch for that particular. If you're going to make that comment as a recommendation, please include more text around that.
Okay, sounds good. All right, I think we are at a breaking point at this point. Let's go ahead and splurge and do a 15-minute break. So I have 32 past the hour. Let's make it 47. How about that? So please come back at 47 past the hour and we'll pick up 3B. Thanks. Okay, welcome back, everybody. At this point, I think we're ready to move on to question 3B. So Dr. Fay, if you are available, could you read that into the record, please?
Kelly Fay, US EPA, charge question 3B. Comment on the transparency and scientific defensibility of using a ranking evaluation method based upon predetermined criteria and expert judgment in the TSCA systematic review process. If defensibility is deemed insufficient, please provide specific details regarding how the TSCA protocol method deviates or is otherwise inconsistent with other existing systematic review methods that apply ranking scoring methods, and why this is not scientifically defensible. Furthermore, please provide details and references for other methods for achieving consistency and transparency in summarizing or pooling quality characteristics for individual study quality metrics into an overall study quality metric.
Thank you. Once again, lead discussant is Dr. Rooney.
Okay, great. As I get set here, I'll try to reiterate comment that I started off the top is that the committee is split. As EPA is aware from previous advice and consults that they've had, there were multiple committee members that provided support for the ranking system. So I'll start with those. And in this case, for 3B, there were 3 of the committee members that provided comments. And as follows: the use of a ranking system on predetermined criteria is a practice with established precedent in other regulatory process. For example, TSCA are a tool to meet REACH requirements, where the benefit lies in promoting consistency and transparency in the final quote unquote call on data quality per study. A few instances are noted here where the output from scoring systems have been evaluated in round robin fashion, where multiple scientists reviewed a series of studies, both GLP and non-GLP, following different quality assessment approaches. These round robin trials identified learnings that support the currently described approach, specifically the use of detailed descriptive criteria. With rank scoring helps improve consistency in the data quality calls across reviewers and limits the reliance on expert judgment in data quality categorizations. Another reviewer: overall, the systematic reviews methods, transparency and scientific defensibility using a ranking evaluation method is acceptable. Another reviewer: it is recognized that TSCA risk assessors need a way to objectively categorize studies with respect to reliability for use in risk management. Conceptually, a ranking evaluation method is a pragmatic solution to meet these needs of objectively and transparently categorizing studies. It is very notable that whilst the proposed method has been controversial, there are many responses against the quantitative aspects of the approach. It does not appear that alternative solutions to objectively and transparently achieving study categorization for hundreds or thousands of studies with each risk evaluation have yet been provided to TSCA. The ranking evaluation method in the protocol is more transparent and objective than subjectively tiering studies or subjectively reviewing heat maps of risk assessment. These are not pragmatic, transparent, objective, or usable solutions to data quality, particularly given the volume, scope, and timeline of the TSCA assessments. The TSCA assignment scientists must operate on a faster timeline than an IRIS assessment has, and thus it is reasonable that the TSCA approach is different. Further, the ranking approach utilizes granular criteria, which help to provide transparency and objectivity. Recommendation: it is reasonable that TSCA continue to use some sort of ranking or categorization method, recognizing there are likely alternative approaches to conduct such that would be proposed through this process. Study quality assessment is still evolving in evidence-based toxicology, and we should not expect an immediate, perfect, quote unquote, solution. This is highlighted by the controversy on this topic, both for TSCA and authorities globally, and I'll take editorial license and say within the committee. TSCA should not abandon the present use of the granular and prescriptive criteria, recognizing modifications to the specific criteria that are warranted, nor should they rely exclusively on IRIS or OHAT risk of bias approaches, which are in many aspects less granular, less prescriptive, and more subjective. Then the IRIS and OHAT approaches are focused on internal validity, and other aspects of study validity construct, external, are important as exposure hazard and risk evaluation process. As a potential alternative to the current ranking, TSCA could continue to use some form of granular criteria metrics, but instead of a rank as an outcome, minimum criteria could be identified, which would help differentiate if a study is sufficiently reliable for use in a risk evaluation. Other approaches used in the toxicology and risk assessment, for example, CLIMISH, ToxArTool, SIRAP, eligibility, EcoTox, also indicate minimal criteria required for sufficiency for use in a risk assessment. That is, TSCA could identify minimum quality metrics that studies must meet for both reporting and conduct in order to be included or relied upon for the evaluation. Conversely, a subset of criteria could also be used to identify for each discipline, which would help categorize the highest quality studies, similar to tiering approaches described in OHAT. Regardless of the approach used, the need for an unacceptable or unreliable category is just as essential to the risk assessment process as is categorizing or defining that which is most reliable for use in the risk evaluation. Recommendation. TSCA may want to consider minimum criteria approaches or metrics in refining their own approach for study categorization. The categories unacceptable or unreliable should be retained as part of the approach to distinguish studies sufficiently reliable for risk evaluation. Some qualifications to those that supported a quantification or numeric approach, but had some suggestions. Risk of bias may not cover all study quality issues. It is of note that many risk assessment practitioners have regularly applied risk of bias tools that have found them to be insufficient for distinguishing all aspects of validity which are important in toxicology and risk assessment. This was discussed recently at a SOT 2022 session focused on this evolution of study quality. An example is to highlight is EFSA's approach, which is a refinement of the OHAT risk of bias approach, using, in fact, the SIRAP criteria, see EFSA 2020, and there's a DOI provided. Discussion of other types of validity critical to the risk evaluation process include construct and external validity. And there's a DOI provided for Werble 2017, Henderson 2013, Wyckoff et al. 2020. And the IRIS approach begins to address other aspects through study sensitivity attribute, as does NTP's NTP's report on carcinogens. Another, use ranking but concern for precision. A potential concern of using a scoring system is that it could imply a false sense of precision. The language in the charge question seems clear that the scoring system is intended to be qualitative in nature to rank the metrics. Nonetheless, the intent to use a score as a qualitative marker and not as a deterministic threshold should be clearly stated as an objective in Chapter 5. And two references are provided, that of Siegel 2015 on ToxArTool and Case et al. 2016, criteria for reporting and evaluating ecotoxicity data, CRED, on the CLEMISH and CRED methods. Another, use rank but concern the use of non-integers. Some problems relate to the choice and the use of non-integer numbers. For example, the choice between 2.3 and 2.5 is pretty minimal, and yet that would change the overall ranking. And the nuanced reasoning behind picking a 2.3 for 2.5 would be very difficult to justify. And some examples, page 456, it's not explicitly clear the range of ranking 1 to 3, which signifies the better ranking. Page 537, I can see how variability is dichotomous, but I'm curious how this affects the overall rating, because this results in this answer being heavily weighted because you can only choose two extremes. Does EPA address this with the same uncertainties? There also seems to be that it would be a gray area for uncertainties not discussed, but not suspect to be major. Maybe the assumption here that they don't want their viewers to assume it. Page 535, for many details in the domain 3, it seems likely that they are evaluated twice. For example, the participant selection seems to be evaluated twice. Page 544, tested item is a little confusing. It could use some other terminology. Page 618, I worry that this other domain is too broad. Providing an open text evaluation does increase the reproducibility of the evaluation because free text would be highly subjective and reduce the scientific defensibility. Okay. And then on the other side, lack of support for the numeric method and indicating as not responsive to previous SACC and NASM comments, multiple, in this case, 5 committee members. The TSCA method uses an overall study quality ranking consistent with its approach in the 2018 TSCA methodology. However, when this document was reviewed by the National Academies, it specifically recommended against an overall study confidence rating, instead preferred evaluating individual domains from which qualitative decisions can be made the overall quality of studies to identify sources of bias. Many other existing approaches for evaluating studies, such as the Ohio approach, University of California, San Francisco, UCSF Program on Reproductive Health and the Environment, PRHE, rely on reporting ratings of individual domains and do not assign an overall quality score to each study. These approaches appear to have been considered as references when developing the data evaluation, but not incorporated in the final approach. EPA should consider altering their approach to align with the NASM recommendations and acknowledge systematic review best practices. The major challenge, another reviewer, with numerical systems for study quality is that the number of elements or criteria or questions are not equal in value or contribution to the risk of bias or study quality. In addition, the number of elements varies across systems, and therefore the use of numbers blunts critical differences in study quality arbitrarily. Another reviewer. Previous SACC and NASM review recommendation not using quantitative rankings, while EPA has stated they are responding to these comments by no longer using a quantitative system, they are still using a quantitative system by assigning a numeric value to the criterion, averaging over the criteria, and then comparing it to an arbitrary cutoff to determine if a study is high, medium, or low overall. They are using a quantitative ranking system. Standard systematic review methods do not allow for the pooling or combination of criteria related to study quality, risk of bias, reporting, sensitivity, and relevance into a single rating. Because of each of these types of evaluations based on a different theoretical construct, it is not possible to weight the criteria or combine them in a sensible way. Although some risk of bias tools for human epidemiological studies do develop overall rankings of a study, such as high, medium, low, or unclear, they generally include criteria relating to reporting quality, sensitivity, or relevance. In addition, risk of bias is evaluated in relation to specific study outcomes. Therefore, developing an overall study rating for which a study with multiple outcomes is not always possible. In addition to limitations regarding determination of the study ranking itself, the use of expert judgment to modify a ranking is also a problem, as described on page 69 and 70 of the protocol. The assessment of each evaluation criteria involves some expert judgment. So it is not clear why this is not incorporated into each criterion, rather than adjusting the study ranking after the fact. For example, the example provided in the protocol, page 70, if the purity of a test substance is provided by the manufacturer and thus provides greater confidence about the test quality, why is this not incorporated into the evaluation of the data quality criterion rather than adjusting the overall ranking after it has been derived? Adjusting the rating post hoc provides less transparency about why it was actually adjusted. Although many evaluation criteria do contain an element of subjectivity, EPA's move to make the criteria as objective as possible, for example, stating that the level of purity in a test substance need to be 70% or greater to be acceptable, is a good improvement. EPA should not use a quantitative scoring method. Okay, that was the counterpoint section. We're returning also to adjusting, and I couldn't move all the comments from adjusting because different reviewers felt they fit in different places and they made the comments differently. So I maintained them. So bear with me. Adjusting ranking. As stated previously by multiple reviewers, the process for adjusting quality ranking is of concern. Page 70 states, based on the needs of the risk evaluation, the overall study ranking can be updated to a higher or lower ranking to reflect the consideration needs. These late adjustments are not transparent. Another reviewer. On page 70, the document states professional judgment may use to adjust the ranking level. It's difficult to judge the method without knowing how often professional judgment is used to adjust the ranking level. In the past method reviewed by the SACC in 2019 and 2020 draft risk evaluations, this was used for a high percentage of studies, pointing to deficiencies in the underlying criteria methodologies. Whether it's good to have a path to correct the rankings, it is better to have a method that rarely results in rankings that need correction. Another reviewer. It is not clear to me on pages 69 or 70 why reviewers might have a compelling reason to adjust the overall ranking of the study. It seems to defeat the purpose of a standardized structure across all the studies the same or similar type. This also comes up on page 71, where it's stated that, however, based on the needs of the risk evaluation, again, pointing to that same quote, I'm not going to read it this time. This seems to be completely undermine the transparency and consistency of the goals of performing a systematic recommendation. And I'm nuancing it a little bit here. EPA should transparently report when and how often is used, as is made by several commenters. And then to further clarify, the scientific basis is always provided when the rating is adjusted. Okay, next comment. Documentation of rationale. Can EPA please clarify if reviewers must document their rationale for selecting ranking? Page 70, it states, during the evaluation of each study, reviewers document concerns, uncertainties, and limitation for each metric when necessary. Though I have not used the distiller for the data evaluation, I recall in Hawk, a text box for each reviewer must respond. Again, Dr. Barone responded to this. However, it's slightly different to the reviewer's point. For the reviewer, documenting concern, uncertainties, and strengths is not documenting the full rationale for the basis of an evaluation or the basis of a rating. Those are different, an important difference. Next point, excluding studies. In the final statements, the use of systematic review in EPA's Substance Control Act Risk Evaluation 2021, NASEM recommended that EPA do not exclude studies based on risk of bias, study quality, or reporting. And it has a citation. Yet this is what EPA is doing by excluding studies that receive a rank of critically deficient as a user metric. This is discussed in much detail in the public comments received from UCSF. And that is the last comment on this section. And when I'm turning over to my screen, I see a certain Dr. Barone has his hand raised, but I think the order of events is to go through the associates.
Yes, that's the case. We can, we'll get to Dr. Barone's comments at the end. Yeah, so Dr. Davies, I believe you're the first associate.
I don't have anything to add. Thank you for the good summary. I especially appreciate how you gave both sides to where we're not in agreement.
Yep, seems to be pretty common there.
I'm going to make a tongue-in-cheek comment here that I didn't want to because I'm biased.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No worries. Dr. Prisbilla.
No further comment. Thank you.
Dr. Voorhees.
Yes, that was very thorough. I have nothing to add.
Dr. Barrow.
Thank you. Dr. Rooney did a great job again of summarizing those comments, particularly the conflicting ones. And I apologize. I do want to add a comment that I hadn't sent previously because you know, his talk helped me generate this statement. And I think, you know, one issue with the scoring is that there's a concern about how the score can be used to rate a study as uninformative, and then it's not considered further. And just to make that point really clear, that means that categories that perhaps could have been considered earlier in the process, for example, before study evaluation, like the relevance or the, what's it called here, accessibility or clarity, could be used to eliminate a study before it's even evaluated, not during or after the study evaluation process. And just using epidemiological data as an example, so this is on page 498, there are 18 criteria listed there for evaluating epidemiological data. And if even one of those criteria rate as a 4, the study is uninformative and then no longer carried forward. And these criteria are, as one of the reviewers said, it's just impossible to really be able to, put those on an equal footing and rank them. But, we have things like relevance, what the population is, sensitivity, stability, reporting bias, all on the same footing for this ranking. And then we have other criteria like variability and uncertainty. But actually, if you look at the explanation, that's just whether variability and uncertainty were reported, not whether they were of a sufficient level. So, just using this one example of the epidemiological data, I think it illustrates the problem with considering that all 18 of those criteria would be weighted equally. And if even one of them scored poorly, then the study would not move forward. So I think that's a big concern with the scoring.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Goyak.
Yeah, thanks for that great summary. I have no additional comments.
And Dr. Lamb? Dr. Lamb, there? Okay, if you are, you're muted. Can't see if you're on or not. Doesn't look like it. Okay.
I have her comments. I know I have her comments, so.
Okay. All right, other committee members. Dr.
Hi, this is Katie Pelch. I'm not sure if you can hear me or if my computer froze. I see Andy moving. Okay, great. Thank you, Dr. Rooney, for that great summary. I just wanted to make sure that we had in the record a really great paper from 2020 by Stephanie Ike and colleagues that is, I think, can be instrumental or useful in this discussion, where 3 different risk of bias assessments were used to evaluate the same pool of literature, and just how the outcomes varied greatly across the use of those tools. I think that study might be worth coming back and revisiting as we talk about the merits and pros and cons to using different tools that are out there.
Okay, thanks. Anyone else? I'll throw in on this one. Okay, Dr. Brown, your hand went up right away, so I'm sure there's some questions that you might have regarding some of the comments.
Oh, yes, there are. I think the committee has raised a number of concerns about the critically deficient, unacceptable ranking, and there seems to be at least some misunderstanding that those studies aren't considered any further. And that is, I think we were explicit that that is not the case, at least from with respect to quantitation for dose response in the hazard realm. Studies would not be considered further for dose response, but would be considered in hazard ID and the weight of evidence analysis. So I think I just wanted to clarify that point. Another statement that Dr. Rooney made in some of the comments was a large percentage of upgrades and downgrades were performed in the first 10 data evaluations for the first 10 risk evaluations. I want to be factually correct. We actually provided analysis, post hoc analysis of upgrades and downgrades for the first risk evaluation with the previous approach. And they ranged across epidemiological, animal tox, in vitro studies, and environmental hazard studies from 4%, from a low of 1% to a high of 16%. We never exceeded 20% of the studies being upgraded or downgraded for any of the chemicals evaluated in the previous quantitative approach. So I think it's inaccurate to say most of the time or predominance of upgrading and downgrading based upon expert judgment. So that's a post hoc analysis of what was done for the first 10 risk evaluations across all the hazard domains for all 10 chemicals.
So I'm not really hearing a question. I guess those are comments.
Those are clarifications based upon comments that were raised.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If you can phrase it as a question, that would keep things a little more non-defensive. I guess that's kind of the point there. That would be there. Dr. Barrow.
Thank you. Dr. Brown, I really appreciate that response. And I guess to reflect what one of the other leads was saying previously, if there is something that is not clear in the current document, then maybe EPA could go and look back at that and clarify it. And just in terms of the uninformative, I mean, I appreciate your explanation, but on page 499 and one of the many appendices we're looking at for study evaluation, it says that studies with any single metric, so for EPI, that would be one of the 18, ranking of 4 will be automatically assigned an overall quality ranking of uninformative. An uninformative ranking means that serious flaws are noted in a critical metric that consequently make the data unusable or invalid for exposure assessment. EPA plans to use studies or information with an overall quality level of high, medium, or low to quantitatively or qualitatively support the risk evaluations, but does not plan to use studies rated as uninformative. So when I read that, that's why, it didn't seem clear to me that uninformative studies, would be used. So that's just one example where it's a recommendation that could be clarified. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. We'll take that.
Dr. Davies.
So I didn't see this in the document that we're reviewing this week. I'm not saying it's not there, but I didn't see examples of the upgrades and downgrades. So I think, at least for me, part of the comments are, it's not an unreasonable process to have, and EPA has said they will document them, and that information will go. But without seeing how often they're done, it's hard to judge how good the method is. So I think that's just an incident of kind of looking at the generic versus looking at how this would be in a specific chemical risk evaluation.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Wang?
This is Amy Wang. I have a few comments about Appendix Q. Is now the right time to mention them?
I believe so.
It depends on the context, so probably.
Yeah.
Okay, so I will mention it now, and you guys can shuffle it to see where it should go to the report. In the Appendix Q, EPA mentioned that they plan to prioritize the evaluation of mechanistic evidence instead of evaluating all of the evidence upfront. And I certainly support this, especially for the mechanistic section. It can easily have tens of thousands of references for just one endpoint. So it's not practical to evaluate all of them. I would recommend EPA to consider the conditions that reviews will be sufficient. In other words, there's no need to evaluate individual primary studies, such as when the concept of specific part of mechanism is not controversial, well studied, already been well established. Similarly, what EPA may also benefit from considering what conditions that a mechanism study could be evaluated in detail. For example, if that study is to answer a controversial or contentious question, it may require full-scale systematic review approach to judge the study quality, sensitivity, etc. Additionally, study quality evaluation should consider the study type, such as animal in vivo, animal in vitro. I know EPA is developing the methods for all of this. I would like this to be on the record. And there's also some situations, the same endpoint or very similar endpoint in the mechanism section, they're voluminous studies. Then one of the ways to prioritize which studies to use or to evaluate will be based on the human relevance for the human hazard assessment. This has been adapted by other methods such as IARC and ORAC. So, for example, if you have human studies, animal in vitro studies, you might not need a lot of the cell culture work to be evaluated because they're telling you the same thing. To the degree that those studies can be excluded early on, as instead of going through the quality evaluation. And I also want to point out this results from the screening assays, like including but not limited to TSCA, TAS21 should not be given as much weight as the regular studies, because we all know that the screening assays look at hundreds of endpoints at once. When there's one or two positive hits without the context or other supporting evidence, they should not be seen at the same weight as the others. But I do support the use of integrating all of the evidence together for the pathway or general endpoints consideration. Also, in the Appendix Q, there was mentioned about prioritization approach is generally initiated during the data screening step. Now, and talk about the hazard Pico considered the mechanistic evidence as supplemental information during the full text. I have trouble seeing mechanistic information being supplemental material for the hazard part, and because I tend to think mechanistic evaluation has its own section in the TSCA review, and therefore it's, it will be tagged as mechanistic study and into its own group for consideration. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Dr. Wong. We'll try to figure out where to put some of those comments as well. Dr. Reed, do you have everything you need?
I do. In fact, some of the commenters sent emails to me already. So
fantastic. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to C. Dr. Fay, can you get that into the record?
Kelly Fay, US EPA, Charge Question 3C. EPA assesses the methodological and reporting quality of a study simultaneously in the evaluation method. The method includes summation of ordinal rankings across metrics and across domains and dividing by a total number of relevant metrics per study to derive an overall study ranking. Please comment on the scientific defensibility of this approach. Should EPA consider other ordinal approaches, including use of mode or mean for describing domain metrics ranking and overall study ranking? Are other changes or improvements recommended? If so, please provide details and references.
Okay, Dr. Rooney, last one.
Okay, and again, these questions just simply are related. So
sure.
I pulled some of the comments out that I didn't want them to get lost. One of the new topics that was covered in detail in this evaluation, hold on, my screen is, okay, is that different study questions or metrics would be weighted or maybe differentially impactful. And multiple committee members commented on this as follows. A major challenge with the numerical systems for study quality is that a number of elements or criterion or questions is not equal in value or contribution to the risk of bias of study quality. In addition, the number of elements varies across systems, and therefore the use of numbers is problematic when there's differences in study quality. The relative importance or weighting of individual criterion, a related issue, and recommendation to EPA to remove the numerical system. Clear recognition and transparent statements that some aspects of study quality are more important than others are included in multiple tools, including NTP's OHAT risk of bias approach, where for epidemiological studies, human observational studies, confounding, exposure, and outcome assessment are recognized as key or more important risk of bias criteria. Recommendation that EPA should identify criterion that are more important to the overall study quality than others. That's a simple reporting. Another reviewer. Again, I worry about some metrics may be used or some metrics may need to be weighted as they could be more important to the overall quality of the study than other metrics. This is not captured in the current approach. Without taking the weighting into account, this means that sufficient ordinal method to determine overall study ranking. Example, page 537. I can see how variability is dichotomous, but I'm curious how this affects the overall rating, because this results in this answer being heavily weighted because you can only choose two extremes. Does EPA address this? Same with uncertainties, but also seems to be a major gray area for uncertainties not discussed, but are suspected to be major. Next point. We return to the quantitative rankings. Again, multiple committee members commented. Previous SACC and NASM review recommended not using quantitative rankings. Well, EPA has stated that they responded to these comments by no longer using a quantitative system. They are still using a quantitative system. By assigning numeric value to each criterion, averaging the number of criteria, comparing them to arbitrary to cutoffs, low, medium, high, they are using a quantitative ranking system. Next review. EPA's use of ordinal rankings is being presented as an alternative to the quantitative scoring system for the data evaluation, which was used in the 2018 TSCA methodology approach. However, this is inaccurate and misleading, as the determination of qualitative category is actually based on a quantitative scoring approach, where there are data quality evaluation metric is ranked using quantitative rating, then combined to determine an overall quality score. Equating qualitative categories to numerical scores and applying mathematical calculations is an invalid approach that imparts certain underlying assumptions about these categories. For instance, evenly weighting each category and thus implicitly making the assumption that all categories are equally important. That and other assumptions are inappropriate. Furthermore, the quantitative quality score is compared to what appears to be an arbitrary cutoff score, dividing the average range of possible numeric scores into 3 equal parts to designate studies ultimately as low, medium, high quality studies. Thus, the approach is in essence no different than was proposed in the 2018 TSCA methodology approach, which was a specific point of criticism when reviewed by the National Academy's panel. The scientific justification and validity of the approach is not specified in the document, and there is no rationale for how this specific approach was developed. However, given that this appears to be a direct contradiction to the NASM recommendation and systematic review best practices, the recommendation would be to remove this from the protocol. Additional comment, other ordinal approaches would be equally indefensible and are also not recommended. Additional reviewer. This charge question implies that ordinal scores are averaged to determine the overall study quality ranking. If this is what occurs, is not explicitly clear in the document. Page 71 states that ordinal ranking of each metric provides consistency and transparency to the evaluation process, and that is translated to an overall quality ranking, which informs the characterization of studies during the evidence integration phase. If this information is available in Appendix Q, which is listed as, quote, an example of how metric ranking are used to obtain overall study ranking, this is not sufficient. It should be much more explicitly stated. Specifically, the equation provided in Appendix Q, Q.4.1, should be included in the main text to make it explicitly clear that this is how the overall study rankings are determined. Overall ranking, range 1 to 3, equals the sum of metric ratings divided by the number of rankings. Additional comment. Further, this approach to translate ordinal rankings into quantitative scoring, as described in Appendix Q, is not in line with best practices by the recommendations from NACI. This issue was well explained by numerous public commenters. Another reviewer. We understand the challenges of rating on a scale while avoiding the quantitative system. We appreciate the progress in getting closer to, for example, EPA's IRIS approach or others that use ratings without numeric criteria. However, the continued use of numeric values for the criteria, averaging over the number of criteria, and then comparing to an arbitrary cutoff to determine if a study is high, medium, or low, they're using a quantitative ranking system. Recommendation: EPA should not use a quantitative scoring method. EPA should go further to completely remove the quantitative basis for the scoring method. EPA should keep the number and complexity of the criteria used. They should not average ratings to reach a score, and they should switch to a high, medium, low, uninformative as they do without number. Okay, hopefully on to another topic. Unclear and incomplete reporting. Page 69 of the protocol states that EPA's TSCA method integrates reporting quality metrics with each domain because reporting contributes to the overall evaluation of each facet of the data source. If sufficient methodological details are not reported or cannot be obtained, specific metrics that are incorporated in reporting quality cannot be rated as high because it is not possible to tell whether the methods were appropriate. This is standard for risk of bias tools for epidemiological studies, which implicitly incorporate reporting criteria by rating a criteria that is unclear or probably low or low if there's insufficient information about criteria. However, it appears that EPA TSCA protocol does not do this consistently across all study types, reaching different ratings for different study types for the absence of information. And I believe that's it. That's the last piece that I've captured. And so again, if the associates could add anything that was missed, and my apologies if I missed anything.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Davies.
I'm not sure if I heard this in the summary. Sorry, pulling up my notes here. Oh, sorry, it's for a different part. I'm good. Everything I mentioned was in there.
Great. Dr. Prisbilla. Dr. Prisbilla?
I'm here. Sorry, couldn't find my mute button. No further comments.
No worries.
Thank you.
Thanks. Dr. Voorhees.
Yes, I have no further comment.
Dr. Barrow.
No further comments. Thank you.
Dr. Goyak.
No further comments for me.
And Dr. Lamb. Dr. Lamb?
Again, I have her comments if she's not online.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, at this point, I'll go back to Dr. Brown. Any questions of clarification?
Not at this time.
Oh, hold on. Dr. Myers, you have something else to add?
Yes, I thought you were going to the whole committee next. Sorry. So I just wanted
to sorry.
mention,
you're right.
That's okay.
You're right. I missed the whole committee. Sorry about that.
That's all right. So the idea of weighting has been brought up several times, and I just want to be really cautious with that concept because they're already arbitrarily metriced and ranked. And so then to add an arbitrary weighting on top of that, I'm not sure that that would make the situation better. I think you would actually be going in the other direction. So although, yes, there are some things that are more important than others, I don't want to be the one to have to identify that. And I don't know if I would trust someone else to be the one to identify that either.
Okay, thanks for that. Dr. Barrow.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to react. I think that's an excellent comment by Dr. Myers. And I know I used the word weighting, but what I was trying to point out is that, should we really be able to assume that all of these are weighted equally? That's the main concern. And it wasn't a recommendation to actually add a weighting, but to say that perhaps some of those criteria where they're multiple for every aspect could be considered separately or not part of the assessment. That would be the recommendation. Thank you.
Okay. Any other committee members? Apologies for excluding you all. It's a little late for me. Dr. Jason.
This is Chris Jason. Thank you. I have some comments that I thought initially should go under question 4, but I think maybe they're also relevant under question 3C. I'm having a little difficulty figuring out where some of the comments I have need to go. So I'll distribute those, the written form of these to a couple of the leads here they could do with. But my point here is that I've looked at this conversation from the point of view of the kinds of data which form the core of exposure assessments, which are, of course, important for risk assessment. The whole body of work in exposure science reflects that this is a young science and it's evolving, and that puts a big challenge before the agency for the overall task of systematic review. Starting with the approaches for finding relevant and useful data and for exposure estimation that matches the temporal conditions of toxicology data from which key points of departure metrics, just as an example, are derived. Exposures are rarely presented evenly over a population of the United States and its territories. Overall, exposure considered here mostly in terms of monitoring, biomonitoring, or general population monitoring is only a small slice of the kinds of data that are typically used and in fact incorporated by the agency formally in their exposure factors handbook. So this brings up a lot of issues, which I will more extensively detail in writing, but all of which argue that the concepts used by EPA in assessing study quality will be difficult. And actually, in my personal opinion, do harm to the overall objective of getting to a scientifically credible exposure assessment. Just to name a few points. Data formats in exposure assessments are not, if you will, standardized the way you frequently see them for toxicology studies. Quantitative statistics are far less important here than relevance and completeness. For example, is the full data set included or only somehow normalized values such as averages? There's an importance of the relevance of the exposure to different population groups and life stages. It disturbed me when I saw that one of the criteria that could downgrade a study was variability. In fact, variability is what we frequently look for in order to see if there are differences that could be seasonal or geographical or in some way showing that there are temporal issues or differences amongst different kinds of exposure scenarios. Quality of the exposure studies are going to be hard, and it could be argued that getting to say an exposure study is uninformative would be, I think, quite rare. So I would recommend, in line with the recommendation just noted by Dr. Rooney, that we not use study evaluation systems in ranking for the exposure studies. And certainly, if you're going to do it, not with the existing parameters that are pointed out here. So I'll try to make my written points here a little more positive with more specific recommendations. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the recommendations. That would be great. Okay. Anyone else? Dr. Wyckoff.
Yes, hi, Dr. Wyckoff. Thank you. Just a brief comment to put this on the record to give us some flexibility as well is that we're spending a lot of time talking about ranking and in response to the charge question. But as part of this, we haven't offered any comments on, are we asking the right questions and what's the rationale for the questions, which I think Dr. Barrow also commented on earlier, and that might be an important part of our response.
Okay. Are you talking about questions besides what the agency is providing, I guess?
Perhaps, or as part of these questions. So, maybe equally or more importantly than how the metrics are rolled up or categorized. Also, what are the metrics themselves, and have we asked the right questions, or have the right questions been asked to assess the validity?
Okay. Again, yeah, please provide your comments to Dr. Rooney on that one.
I will. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? So yeah, again, it appears there's a fairly we see a pretty even split, I would imagine, it sounds like, in terms of the ranking aspects versus the others. So Dr. Chasen, your hand's still up. Do you have another question or no?
I don't, but I wanted to point out to you that you dropped off. Maybe you want to repeat your last sentence.
Oh, apologies. Yeah, it just sounds like, yeah, we've got somewhat divided panel or committee on this one. And Dr. Rooney, you've done a fabulous job, at least in describing that. So I think that's excellent. But again, that seems to be pretty common.
I think that we could elect somebody. I think we could elect somebody. It's like a 6-4 or something like that. But nice. Otherwise, we're split.
Yeah, fantastic. Okay. Yeah, Dr. Brown, questions of clarification.
Yeah, for clarification, I heard a number of comments about considering weighting, and if there are specific suggestions about what criteria, which metrics and domains would be, if the committee feels they have insight into weighting in their recommendations, that would be really helpful. Also, on the quantitative, moving to a total qualitative approach, what degree of transparency will that provide, and how will that conform to our TSCA 26 requirements, 26H requirements? Again, if the comments and recommendations could take those into account in what we provided in the overview, that would be very, very helpful for us to make these recommendations actionable.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I think that's again, if you're against the weighting criteria provide an alternative, right? I mean, in terms of how you want to do the qualitative aspects, for sure. Okay. All right. We are almost an hour ahead of time, so I think what we're going to do, if it's okay, I've checked with Dr. Goyak, and I think we can probably squeeze one more in today, if it's okay with everybody. So let's go ahead and move forward with 3D. Dr. Fay, can you read that in?
Yes, Kelly Fay, US EPA, charge question 3D. Evaluation criteria were developed to assign high, medium, low, or uninformative quality rankings to each metric evaluated. Please comment on the scientific robustness of the criteria for each of the evidence streams, including whether and what wording changes would better discern differences in the confidence of quality ranking for studies.
Okay, and as I mentioned, our lead is Dr. Goyak for that question.
Okay, so I've categorized the comments that I received into considerations on the process of assigning the quality rankings. In particular, a few comments on, well, I guess I should also say a lot of this is going to be repeated in some questions that we've talked about before, so I'll try to go through those quickly. But I'm still going to hit the highlights so that we have them on the record. Right. So the first category, there'll be comments on the general process of assigning the quality rankings, focusing on the scoring system and the impact of the screening reviewers. Secondly, I'll talk about the scientific robustness of the criteria, and finally some specific wording changes for consideration. So. On the process questions. So 3 reviewers in the subgroup noted that even more than the wording and the robustness of the rankings themselves, it is really the method by which the rankings are derived and the combination of the ranked ordinal scores into an overall study ranking that is the key issue for consideration. As we've talked about before, there are several limitations to the method in the proposed protocol, which include the unconventional use of domains, the mixing of criteria of study quality, relevance, risk of bias, reporting, and sensitivity. And really some specific comments from these individual reviewers. The use of the ordinal scale and mathematic combination of these scales assumes equal weighting across all metrics to generate an overall study ranking is considered inappropriate. And essentially this equates to the use of a quantitative scoring system, which is directly in contrast to the NASM and SACC recommendations previously. This is simply masking a quantitative scoring approach and allows some room for error by categorizing the ultimate scores into an ordinal quality level. As discussed in the previous charge questions, this approach is problematic for 2 reasons. One, there is no empirical or theoretical rationale for combining these diverse metrics used to get an overall scoring ranking. And 2, using rankings per study cannot capture risk of bias, which is evaluated per outcome. So I think there's a recommendation there to, which I think has been provided already, but I think the recommendation is to, identify and define either the empirical, theoretical rationale that's justifying combining these diverse metrics, or identify a different approach. Which I think we have talked about some details on that different approach. I don't have them written in right now, but perhaps we can cover that when the associates help me out in what I'm missing. And then finally, one more comment on the method. So finally, this method is still using one metric to remove a paper from consideration, which the NASM and SACC committees previously recommended not including. And so on the second topic of process comments is related to the role and the impact of the screeners in the assignment of quality rankings. So one reviewer noted that the step in which quality rankings are assigned is really a critical step in this entire process. And there's a potential for error if this is not done rigorously, particularly because it comes down to human judgment in assigning the rankings. So there are really still a number of questions that remain in the protocol. We would like to understand more about the process for training of the reviewers, of the screeners, excuse me, and how the agency will determine if the final decision of the screeners is correct, and how will the agency intervene to resolve such issues. Secondly, from another reviewer, it's noted that the approach to have two non-independent reviewers evaluating data sources appears potentially problematic. Specifically, the use of one independent reviewer that rates the study and a second reviewer that performs a quality review of the first reviewer's rating is contradictory to systematic review best practices, which recommends that two independent reviewers conduct the process in parallel. And then from a third reviewer, the agency correctly identifies a core dilemma with ranking studies for quality and trying to distinguish between a design deficit versus a failure in reporting. However, it was not clear in such cases, will the agency reach out to the authors to try to resolve such problems? From what is on page 69 in the protocol, it reads as if there's no effort to contact authors will be made. If this is the agency's position, why would they not attempt to contact authors for clarification? Many authors are likely to be very cooperative. And so moving on to the part of the question related to scientific robustness of the criteria. So the first few comments were related to lack of clarity. So a review of the appendices K through T shows that there are overlapping criteria, which creates questions. Does this mean that the same criteria can be applied to different types of studies, epidemiological, modeling, experiments? The table of Appendix N3, page 498, clearly shows that the metrics are overlapping for these different data sources, but the metrics are not defined, and it's not clear if they will be applied in the same way for the different data sources. The unit of analysis for an evaluation is unclear. Is it a domain, a criterion, or a study? And secondly, a second point, which I think we've talked about a bit, but the domains of variability and uncertainty appear limited to whether or not these are reported. So the domains, variability and uncertainty, are limited to whether they're reported, not whether or not the variability and uncertainty are within acceptable limits or acceptable boundaries. So some clarity there is needed. And then a second comment on inconsistency of criteria across types of studies. So the previous SACC and NASM committees recommended making criteria more even across different types of studies. While some changes have been made to the criteria, they are still uneven, with more information required for hazard studies compared to occupational studies. So I have one example here that I can read into the record, but I would like to note that this reviewer has developed a list of such inconsistencies across study types, so that can be provided for additional detail into the report. So for the example to be covered, in Appendix M, environmental release and occupational exposure, example metrics allow for what is termed missing metadata, page 479, under accessibility clarity, and this would be medium. This metadata includes sample duration, exposure durations, exposure frequency, and/or worker activities. Similarly, on page 477 under reliability, if sampling or analytical methodology is not specified, the study is low. The study would only be considered critically deficient if the study used a sampling or analytic methodology that is both disclosed and known to EPA to be critically deficient. This is in contrast to the criteria for animal in vitro studies in Appendix Q. These studies are considered critically deficient if exposure duration or frequency was missing, if a concurrent negative control group was not included, or controls were not reported, page 602. Negative controls were allocated in a biased way, page 603, or exposures were not validated, page 607. There is an improvement from the first systematic review procedure on page 603, where a study is critically deficient if the negative controls are allocated in a way that is not unbiased, but no longer if the allocation is not described. While it is harder to find information on environmental releases and occupational exposures, EPA should not use poor quality data or no data to make estimates of no unreasonable risk. All right. Those are the comments on scientific robustness. I have a few comments on specific wording changes to be considered. So related to the high study quality rating. In Table 5.1, the definition for high study quality rating is that there are no notable deficiencies or concerns identified. It seems appropriate to recommend instead that this definition be modified to read that there are no notable deficiencies identified that would significantly impact the study question at hand. This aligns the evaluation of the study more specifically with the systematic review being conducted, rather than setting an impossibly high bar for finding a perfect study with no flaws. It seems that this would follow naturally from the rankings at the metric level, where deficiencies or concerns are evaluated as it relates to the metric being evaluated. However, this is not clearly stated in the definition of the study quality ratings. Some comments on the uninformative study quality rating. The definition of the uninformative category seems to conflict with the name of the category itself. The definition states that the data cannot be used or would have strict limits on its use. The text further clarifies that some aspects of uninformative studies may be used to inform the review, for instance, the hazard identification determination or weight of the scientific evidence. Thus, if these studies may still be used to inform select pieces of the review, then this seems to imply that these studies are not in actuality uninformative. As a recommendation, perhaps limited would be more appropriate and better reflect the utility of these data. This might also be appropriate given that studies rated as critically deficient are automatically given an overall study ranking of uninformative. However, depending on where the critical deficiency is identified, it might be appropriate to utilize the information from this study in the review. Thus, a category name of limited or something along similar lines might be more appropriate than calling it uninformative. And from a different reviewer, more guidance is needed for every evidence stream if missing information is considered critically deficient or if information can be inferred. And then finally, a few general comments, not specific to any one specific definition of the ranking or the rating, excuse me, of the study quality rating. So some general comments. So logically, our minds are wired to assign a rating of high to higher numbers, which is opposite of what is provided in the guidance. There could be some concerns that this might cause a reviewer to inadvertently make a mistake when recording their evaluation. So a recommendation would be to consider kind of flipping the order there, where the highest number is assigned the rating of high. And then finally, one last general comment. A consideration for definition across the study rankings. The ranking definition should be specific to the study question at hand in the review and not generically from a methodological perspective. This is important because the definition of what might be considered a deficiency methodologically will in part depend on the study question that is being addressed. All right, and that is the last of the comments from the reviewers. So I'd turn to the associates for further clarification.
Okay, Dr. Prisbilla.
I have no further comments. Thank you for the great review.
Dr. Voorhees.
Yes, Dr. Goyak captured my comments very well. Thank you.
Great. Dr. Barrow.
Thank you, Dr. Goyak. That was a great summary. And as it clearly pointed out, the kind of diversity among all these criteria across the many appendices we look at. And so I just want to clarify a previous comment or discussion about the ranking, because I don't think I've heard a recommendation that EPA should add a weighting for all of these many varied criteria. I think the recommendation would be more to split out what construct the different criteria are related to. So for example, reporting bias or relevance, applicability, or true risk of bias, internal validity, even external validity if people want to add one of those, but they would be different constructs that would be looked at separately and just not mashed together. So I didn't have that in my comments. I apologize, but I think that just needed some clarification. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Dr. Lamb. Still not with us. Okay. I assume you got comments from her, Dr. Goyak, yes?
Yes, I did.
Okay, great. Dr. Rooney.
I don't have anything to add to this. Thank you.
Okay, great. Dr. Blystone, your hand is up.
Yeah, and I may be completely misunderstanding things because this isn't my area of expertise by any means, but I heard a comment in there about ranking the study or evaluating the study based on the study question. And I think we were looking at evaluating the studies based on the needs of the TSCA question, not what the study was designed to do. So it may be misunderstanding, but I think there's some, we have to be careful there, I guess, to make sure that we're evaluating the data for its use in evaluating the risk under TSCA.
Great, thanks for that. Okay. Any other committee members? Okay, so let's go ahead and go to Dr. Barone. Have any clarification regarding the comments for 3D?
No questions of clarification on 3D.
Thanks. Okay, at this point in time, I think let's go ahead and cut the chase. At this point, I think we're a little burned out, perhaps, after you guys have done a really good job identifying many issues related to the protocol, and have done a fantastic job, I think, in terms of providing recommendations. At least I'm hearing quite a few of them that are there, and just a matter of putting it all into a flow that's easily interpreted by the agency following this. But no, just kudos to all of you for what you've been able to do today. So let's go ahead and cut the meeting here. At this point, I'll turn the meeting over to Dr. Peterson to close us out.
Thank you, Dr. Schlenk. This is Todd Peterson as DFO. Briefly, I just want to thank the SACC peer reviewers. Quite a discussion today, and thanks to the public for listening in. This does conclude the peer review activities for today, and we will reconvene tomorrow, day 3 at 10 p.m. Eastern time. So this day's session is now adjourned. Thank you.